Ladies and gentlemen, we are at the final stage to make it into the playoffs for Division S. This is where everything needs to be on the line for some of these teams. This is where we find out who is really made for the streets. Street Fighter 6 coming in with Street Fighter League Japan. We got ourselves quite the banger for our final day of Division S. Vicious here with St. Cola to bring you all of the action for the English broadcast, and we couldn't be any more excited as we have so much potential going into the playoffs.
Absolutely, and speaking of the playoffs, let me break it down for all y'all. Good A squad, already qualified, but needs 20 points to get firm first place. Just 20 points. Nagoya NTPOJA, they're already qualified also. They need to get more than 30 points. That's a 40 bomber. Secure a chance for that first place position. Now, Crazy Raccoon, he's a win a match, a single match to qualify, but they get 40 points. Well, that will put them in second place position depending on how the differentials work out. That's a good shot that may happen for them. Bubble Gaming, they need at least 30 points to get a chance to qualify. That depends on CR and CAG's points. And CAG Osaka needs at least 30 points for a chance to qualify. That depends on Bubble Gaming. So there is still a lot of things in contention. The only team that is out is Saishunkan Kumamoto, which is kind of sad to say because they've been in the playoffs continuously. They've been a slow team, but that just goes to show how difficult this league is.
Right, there is a potential for a tiebreaker from either side, and it really depends on a couple of factors. One of the main teams in contention for that tiebreaker spot is Favu Gaming. They are smack dab right in the middle between 3rd and 5th place, but it could go by the wayside. It could be to their benefit. Who knows? Fact of the matter is, there's going to be so much on the line going into it, and with Crazy Raccoon in the final spot to clinch it over CAG Osaka, who knows what'll happen. But I will say this, if we do have a tiebreaker that needs to occur within those teams, we will set the rules and the standard as to how they're going to perform said tiebreaker when that moment comes. In the meantime, you guys kick back, relax, and get ready for a ton of these games to go through and for all of the action as we get ready for these playoffs. Really excited about it. Obviously, match number 1, Saishunkan Kumamoto no longer in the running. It's really up to Nagoya and NTPOJA to try to secure as many points as possible to get the favorable seeding into match 2. Good 8 squad. They're pretty much trying to hang on for first place, but it's up to Victrix Favu Gaming to score as many points as possible. 30 points gets them into a qualification spot, but it's all dependent on that last match between Crazy Raccoon and CAG Osaka. With Crazy Raccoon with 190 points, there's so much that needs to be done for their side to get everybody else out of the running. They need at least 200 points. Favu Gaming, they could be at reach. I will say 210 points to be specific, my mistake. But if they score a full-on W, they're in.
And also playing for the awards, Grand Final MVP, 1 player from the Grand Finals team, Division MVP, 1 player from each division, of course. Rookie of the Year award, which is in hot contention. Drive Gauge Efficiency Award, who is spending the most during the matches, and Drive Impact Award, aka the Unk Check Award, although the Unks are definitely running the impacts, seemingly more than the other people. But again, as you mentioned, there's a lot on the line right now. Saishunkan Kumamoto playing spoiler out here. And also, if you want to check out another stream, well, Vispo is running a mirror stream, it looks like. They've been doing the most in terms of doing the interviews, so if you want to look at what's going on with these winning teams, their strategies, and get a lowdown on what's going on with them, go and give Vispo some love. You should be doing so anyway. They've been doing a lot of work throughout the entire league. They'll continue to do so. We believe they'll be having also a retrospective a little bit later on too as well. So give them a little bit of love for their hard work and efforts, combining their stream and the scene and bring them together to enjoy this great Street Fighter action. But man, I cannot wait to get this going. Saishunkan Kumamoto, as you mentioned, only playing spoiler, could definitely ruin NTPOJA's day today. And as you mentioned, good 8 squad. Only, got to secure a few more points here and there, but Victrix Favu Gaming is going to be fighting tooth and nail to stay in. Crazy Raccoon, CAG Osaka, for CAG Osaka for the latter, the destiny's in your hands to get that W, but you might have to do something beyond that. Either way, great action is on the way, and I love the fact that everything is so contention out here in League. Everything is so close, even at the very end, even more so than other seasons.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we've ever really seen it come to this close of a contested, or like I want to say like a contested playoff. I want to say like contested regulation season when it comes to like the final episode. CAG Osaka, there is potential for them to get a full-on 40 bomber, right? They could have like a perfect day against Crazy Raccoon, and these do happen in the realm of Street Fighter, right? If you see it on the scoreboard, if CAG Osaka scores at 40 and prevents Crazy Raccoon from getting anything, guess what? They're in the playoffs. It depends though. If Victrix Favu Gaming, if they happen to score absolutely nothing, or if they score under 200 points, that could be a possibility. There are so many different ways to really decide your fate, and it all really depends on how good some of these teams perform. I think in certain cases it is out of their hands, obviously with Saishunkan, Kumamoto, but that's just how it goes. But I'm very happy at least for the top two being so far ahead of the pack and so godlike throughout the season that they don't have to worry like too much about everything else down below, right? They just have to worry about securing themselves the best seeding possible.
That does matter, but as you mentioned, being able to playoffs definitely is a big benefit for them. Being able to have those points up to that ending, at least for this, has been amazing. So, you know, once again, Crazy Raccoon also has a chance to be second as well. Thank you to production for the update on that too as well. So, like, there is potential for the moving parts of playoffs to still happen, where Crazy Raccoon, you know, being able to be in the second position would help them out in terms of their position for, like, the home side for the playoffs. But that's for another day. Today, we're going to start securing people over for the playoffs. We're starting with Saishunkan Kumamoto. Again, once again, playing spoiler out here with the unstoppable Kobion causing grief with that geef. That man's footsies are also ridiculous. We'll see if he comes through in the clutch for his team. After that, it's going to be the Iceman. Cold with it. It's Kosa on the Ryu. Sometimes Ken, but mostly with the Ryu these days. After that's going to be Mr. Otani, shouts out to Yipes, and shouts out to Macho, switching back and forth to a Kuma and mostly Ryu. Want to see him more on the ladder, but we'll see what he brings out today. Last but definitely not least, a Brutal Emperor, the Violence Emperor, whatever you want to call him. He leads the pack. Besides Shunkan Kumamoto, it is a Nemo. This team, once again, has been in the playoffs continuously. Isn't going to be there this year, but again, shows you the quality that's out here for League.
I love this group. I love seeing how they made their team right out the gate from the announcements. It is rather unfortunate that they're not going to be in contention for playoffs. They just got to play their damnedest. They got to be as much of a spoiler towards Nagoya, NTPOJA, just to say that they can, right? But this right here is a team that I didn't think was going to make the top two spots. These guys have been insanely impressive, and also having a rookie on their team, they've really made sure that he was ready for the rest of the veterans. Let's take a further introduction into Nagoya NTPOJA, starting things off with the Daredevil Bounty Hunter. Mochi, easily one of my favorites that have improved season after season from his debut last year. The talent from Toyama, Otani, slowly bringing it all together, getting himself sharper and sharper for that playoff spot. The Kung Fu fanatic, it's Seiya, coming in as one of the, I guess, want to say one of the shining rookies this season. And who could forget the Hammer, the man who's had one of the most impressive records this season of Street Fighter League Japan, and is looking to continue on with a W. He got halted temporarily in the previous week, suffering his first real defeat against Gachikun. Hopefully he's found himself back on his feet for the final week of Street Fighter League Japan.
Seiya, his head is dang near kissing the camera. Look at this team, as you mentioned, I wouldn't even have called them in the top two position at all, but they've been so solid. It's been KB leading the pack, obviously, has been absolutely amazing. Seiya finding himself, Otani starting to figure out how to play the Ken. Of course, Mochi really working with that Akuma, being able to sneak in these counter hits continuously. And here's the lineup, though, from Saishunkan Kumamoto. Of course, we see the Ryu, but no longer a sandwich of Ryu. We have a little bit more in the middle in terms of ingredients. We have Nemo in the second position, and then Kobion as the anchor. What do you think about this?
Well, I mean, at least Nemo's finally coming out to play a little bit more consistently, right? The Blanca, having the Ryu, having the Zangief. I like Kobion in the 3 out of 5 spot. Giving him more time to adjust, I feel like, is necessary for this type of playstyle. If you've ever watched him play in a CPT, like, there are moments where he can excel at a 2 out of 3, but that is against players in, like, the pool phase. When it comes to, like, winners finals, losers finals, etc., he does tend to get the better of the other person, or at least for the adaptation, for the long set. We've seen him do that over in, like, some of the Topanga leagues, primarily. Right? So it really depends on, like, the opponent, obviously, but I think Kobeon's much more dangerous in a long set compared to everybody else on the team.
I agree. Character kind of lends to that too as well. Data gathering for Geef, but to start things off, it's going to be Otani. Now, I thought it was going to be Mochi Otani, KB for the anchor, and then Seiya to end things out. Kind of wild. I don't know if many Ken players really like this matchup. You know, fireballs are a pain in the butt. Ryu's specials are so good around the ranges where you want to play like heavy kick, stand medium kick, and things like that. His donkey kick, his forward fierce, you know, his command normals as well are really good. So I don't know, but I guess you don't want to spin Akuma up here because we've talked about the damage that can be dumped out from Ryu. On the other hand of things, if Ryu touches you, you melt. So maybe that's also another factor of, like, the health differential. Otani on the Ken, though, let's see if we can update his firmware a little bit more. He's been doing so slowly and slightly. I've been watching some of his streams, some of his CFN. He's been getting better about not just drive rush jabbing to initiate things and not getting stuff to stop, more of walking down and being in the proper ranges to space things out. So I like him adjusting to what Ken is supposed to be, you know, like the Chris T type of play. Shouts out to him for winning that World Warrior. But we'll see how it works out against Kosa, his Ryu, who has been pretty dang strong. Not a lot of Ryu players have gotten to where Kosa has gotten in terms of the timing. He only spent, what, CEOs when his first tournament with Ryu came through, and then after that, he's been playing this character primarily. But within that short amount of time, it feels like he's really grinded out and found what he needs to have with this character.
I think Shuto is definitely a candidate for that as well. I think Shuto didn't play Kosa, didn't play Ryu as long, and has also found success a little bit more in comparison to Kosa, at least within Street Fighter League Japan. So I will contest against that for sure. In regards to, like, the kind of things that kind of stops Ken from running their game, either Ryu or Akuma are going to have, like, pretty good tools to stop some of the Jinrais that Otani can lead for. I mean, there are moments where you would do any sort of, like, EXDP, any sort of, like, five framer to squeeze in between the gap, right? So long as they don't do, like, fierce to heavy Jinrai, etc. But yeah, I mean, having a Shoto go up against a Ken, I feel like is just fine. So I am kind of surprised that Otani's going to be the first one up. I feel like, if anything, it's more or less just kind of like fodder. Or maybe it's like a comfort factor, a comfort pick for Otani. He's like, you know what, I am comfortable against the Shoto matchup. I think it'll be just fine. I think he's got the wherewithal to understand, like, how to approach despite Ryu having a great fireball. I think perfect parries are very much on point with everybody in this league. So I'm not too sure if that's going to be, like, the case, personally. I do like the normals that Ken does present in regards to, like, heavies. I think very, very decent similar ranges on their fierces. But I like Ken standing roundhouse more for some of the bigger punishes, and also just outside of range. If he happens to, like, whiff a donkey kick, I think roundhouse is great for that. So I think we could see, like, a little bit of merit between, like, Otani and Kosa in this matchup. Like, I think it could go either way.
Yeah, maybe it is a comfortability thing. And I thought Otani would go up against, like, Nemo's Blanca. You know, that seems like a difficult matchup for Blanca players. But maybe the comfortability is just better off here, and understanding how to play against the Shoto, understanding how to deal with the lows and things like that. You know, yours is faster than Ryu's, being 7 frames, and his being 8 frames. As you mentioned, perfect parry. If you're on cue with that, you can be able to perfect parry, get that drive rush jab right after. Instead of just running it raw like the Ken players were doing in Season 1, you adjust to walk them down. So we'll see what Otani has to bring to the table. I feel like, let me look at his results, because I feel like they haven't been as strong as other players.
Just so I don't spread the misinformation, by the way, it's 6 frame ODGP. I keep thinking it's 5, but it's 6 frames. Yeah, just wanted to make sure that anybody who's trying to contest in between Jinrais, you do have, like, a pretty significant gap to squeeze that in there.
All right, looking at Otani real quick. He's gotten a win recently against Bonchan, actually. And then he also won against Fujimura C Viper. Okay, so recently he's been on an uptrend. Before that, he was lacking a little bit. Only had one prior to all that. So he's won 3 games in total when he's came up. So recently he has been doing a lot better than what we saw him at the beginning of League, in the first half of League.
I'm inclined to believe that. Let me double check one more time. Bang. Yeah, that's actually kind of wild to see that Otani had got that big W against Sagat. Hopefully he gets to keep up with that momentum, right? He didn't really play out against Good 8 squad last week, which is kind of wild to see that Oja fell to Good 8 squad 40-0. That was impressive, right? We were hoping that KB would have saved the day, and it went down, actually down to the wire, right? So I still could have gone either way, but Otani versus Kosa, this one's kind of hard to call. I think I have a lot of confidence in Kosa in general, a little bit more with that Ryu. Otani, it's taken him a while to really get a W under his belt.
Yeah, and I think Kosa also having experience from people around the world, like, you know, going at CEO and stuff like that, being able to travel to Combo Breaker and other places, so he's been able to get a little bit more of that tournament experience from players that have different styles. I'm assuming he's played all the Ken players out there, like not Pedro and things like that, so he's gotten that run back. And also, I mean, Kosa, what am I saying? He's played Ken before. He knows this character intrinsically. He has some of the most ridiculous punishes. I remember him messaging Angry Bird and showing him like really cool and crazy punishes against like Manon Super and stuff like that. Like, he's understood this character to a T. So I would put a little bit more faith in somebody who has understood the weaknesses, the strengths of the character, has played him for seasons upon seasons. Even if it's a different character now for him, he's understanding what Ken and can't do. Even if it's this new season, he hasn't played that much. And Kosa, every so often, we'll pull out the Ken for some matchups in like World Warrior or for like side tournaments and stuff like that. It's mainly been Ryu, but sometimes we'll go back to the Ken, so he still keeps that warm.
I actually haven't seen this Ken in a hot minute. Maybe I'm out of the loop, but I definitely have not seen him like perform with Ken overseas. Is there an example of that?
Not overseas, but like more in like the World Warriors, or like, you know, like the side tournaments that they have, like the online tournaments. He'll play him every so often, but not overseas. Overseas, when he came over to CEO, it was all Ryu. I ran into him, I was like, what are you playing? He was like, just Ryu, that's it. And I was like, oh, you're gonna get bodied, because it was so new, and he didn't. My bad, I didn't know your game was like that quick, Kosa. My mistake.
That's wild, actually. Yeah, I didn't know he was still playing the Ken, even in the side tournaments. That's news to me.
Here we go, game number 1. Out here. Big save here to start things off. Sucks up with the Denjin.
That's a really big test too. Kosa coming in with the Hashogeki kind of like tempts Otani to try to parry. I think that's really big info from Kosa. And also this is just a really, really desperate call out. Otani, a little bit too much sauce on it.
We've got to mention that Hashogeki could be a problem here. The fake outs for any character, any player. Worry about that. Nice stand line kick into the OD, getting some distance, the fireball to cover the approach, the toe tap. Kosa pressing the issue. Toss him. Like the back away. That walk up stand fierce after the throw. Perfect parries. The second one. Ready against it. Taking towards the corner with the top two.
Gets a little bit of a delay on that throw. We do get that level 1 punish. Otani gets the side switch as well. But now, a little bit tougher to manage. Kosa. Everything off of that solar plexus, right? Being plus, he does take advantage of that. He does get the back throw. Otani still finding his way out. This is kind of tough. Level 3, you know it. The grab getting blown up from the side of Otani.
Very smart stuff. Aim for the drive gauge right there. BD fireball if you want, or at least someone BD fireball if you go for the OD. And he does run it. Kosa. Pure dominance in the neutral continuously, showcasing everything that Ryu's about, but also at the proper ranges where Otani isn't able to get started that much. There were some moments we did see with stand like kicking the OD, Gen Ryan, the fireball right after, but nothing in terms of corner carry into the corner where Ken can really cook, it can really work.
Back roundhouses, actually. Forward roundhouse from Kosa, standing roundhouse from Otani. Jesus.
Tick throw. Catch him lacking. Plus Ripsador he respects. Goes at a deficit. All could turn away. two interactions from Ryu. Those fireballs, prominent as pokes right there. They're up in some of the normals. Perfect parry, no drive rush up just yet.
Yeah, no, Tommy's like playing it passively. Like he is walking back and forth, but he's not like creeping up on any space. Kosa tried to get a bait out of that, and yeah, man, right back at you. Looking pretty much like a mirror image in comparison to the first game. Except on the other side, right? So Otani doing a great job of playing the life lead game, not trying to be overzealous with anything, not trying to overcommit any boundaries or overstep any boundaries. So we'll see if he find that opener though. Kosa looking to play the long game as well. He is big chilling off of this life lead. He's slowly encroaching in that space, but as soon as he dashes up, Otani does get the check. Off to the races we go.
That's where punish. Wow. Ready again, hands tops, crouch fears. Lands a forward throw, a dash up. Otani's taking with a lot of bar to utilize. Text a throw, OD fireball right after Kosa with a lot of projectiles. Cross cut DP. Next interaction should be the death right now, Otani. All that bar. One Jin right to level 3. Even less than that at this point. OD runs it. And Otani brings it back to the brink, as you mentioned, keeping it compact and also keeping it nice and slow. Low and slow is how he's cooking this cat.
A real stable pace being set by both Kosa and Otani. You can see how much they really value the space around the mediums, right? Like any sort of big opener could just lead to a landslide. And it really is just, both of them just kind of swinging, more or less, when it comes to trying to find these openings. It's not to say that they're just like going in blindly or wildly. It's more so just trying to like make the other person uncomfortable within certain ranges, within certain timings to catch like a counter hit, just like that we saw the fireball. And now Otani bringing out the tricks from under his sleeve, right? The OD DP going past the Hadouken. Pretty good call.
Oh no. Fortunate mistake right there. Driver's throw. Text that. Tying the lead. Playing around that range, around that heavy range, and actually just dashes on in for the crouch and kick. Playing around the ideally he was gonna play slow. Set point Otani, like him just switching up the pacing when he wants to, on his terms. His volition. Too far for that light kick to hit. We'll combo follow up. Okay, the ender.
Coming from Otani. Nice call from Kosa. The few times where it actually does work out, I'm sure he can get away with a lot more afterwards. Otani looking a little bit dry. This is Kosa's time to strike, right? Like being able to get the Denjin, being able to throw out the fireballs, forcing Otani to be on the back end by like parrying and resetting the timing. This is Kosa's time to, yeah, apply all that pressure. Otani getting a little bit desperate. So even if Otani does manage to score like a single hit, I don't know if it would be enough to get like a full conversion into critical arc that'll actually kill. So that's really good for Kosa to recognize that and go in with even more offense.
All game fight around. To turn back after the stand pierce, the forward pierce for the plus frames. Trying to catch him walking back. Raw sweep works out. Driver's throw. Stand pierce to the fireball, trying to kill the drop gauge. Kosa at a deficit though. A little less green. Driver's crouch even kick. Typical stuff. Level 3 to aim for the drive gauge. I do like this. Deplete and delete that. Not worried about the health. Just put it off in the corner. Close up burnout. For OD fireball after this or drive rush stand pierce. Hold a fake out just in case. He still gets crossed up. Right back at him.
3. Do you drive on in? Do you play the fireball game? You dash up. Attacking the drive gauge little by little too. Slowly cutting off the escape for Otani. I love that parry against the DI.
Tap in the corner, perfect parry. One good OD fireball will put him down for the round. And down for the count with the shimmy. Kosa, pure control up in the corner, disrupting the rhythm and the tempo and playing the way he wants to play, as you mentioned, around the drive gauge, making him pins him on the back foot. Man, it was still a good match. Very back and forth, though. Could have went either way, but Otani just not able to get going after being put up in the corner, and Kosa able to clean it up there. Good stuff, though. I mean, he understands that matchup to a T, man.
I wonder what would have happened, let's say, if Otani entertained the idea of throwing out the drive impact when Kosa had thrown his. Instead of going for the parry, it would have caused a burnout from the side of Otani. You would have been able to get at least a crumple combo. You could do like neutral jump, roundhouse, run, enhanced Dragon Lash, super DP. I think it's gonna be DP. You get the side switch, you get the damage, but Kosa would still have drive gauge, and he would still have like some bar to him in general. And I think with the amount of control that he would have, he has a corner, he has decent space behind him. I wonder if it would have been like hard for like Otani to like maintain the life lead against Kosa. So I wonder if parry was really the right choice there, like just to preserve your drive gauge, or just kind of like spend the rest of your drive gauge for that last ditch effort DI, because he had plenty of life to spare.
Yeah, lots of run. Let's see here. Yeah, maybe that would have worked out better. Yeah, holding parry. Yeah, he would have been great. He would have got the side switch, and he would have all the room to like walk back, gain your bar back. Poke at the ranges that you wanted to poke at. We saw with like heavy kick.
No, Otani can't gain the bar back. He would have been in burnout. I think with the amount of
no, I mean in terms of
he had left
in general. Yeah. I know he probably would have been out of burnout before he got harassed, but like and in terms of like him walking back to avoid stuff is what I mean to say. Like in terms of him having room to like walk back and fireball and be at the effective ranges where he wants to poke like heavy kick and stuff. So maybe not bar back, but in terms of him having room, as you mentioned, that would maybe been a better choice. I don't know though. I don't know if he would have got aggressive. I don't know. Otani, maybe that would have been better, but Kosa closed it out. So
possibly. I think it would have been like a little bit of a different outcome for sure.
Yeah. Well, Mochi coming up. The Daredevil himself. Against Blanca, not a bad pick, I don't feel. You know, Blanca has some great anti-airs, but the change and difference in terms of like dive kicks, guillotines, and stuff like that, the Demon Raid are kind of difficult to deal with. The fireball pressure is so varied that it's hard for him to always slide those. I feel like his normals are really good. And Mochi, again, has been proven himself to be insanely good at Street Fighter compared to how he was in the last season. I feel like last season was a little bit of nerves due to the streets, but now it feels like he's been at home this entire time.
Yeah, and I think this is one of the matchups that I feel like Meta RD kind of like dreads as well. We've seen this happen between Meta RD and NL. I think there's a lot of merit also in this matchup where Akuma can defend himself quite well against a lot of the things that Blanca wants to do. I think his range is great. I think his fireball pressure alone is really great. That just sets the pace so well for Akuma. Having different approaches from Demon Rain makes it rather difficult for Blanca to really contest against if they don't have a charge going, and also if they're not able to like snipe out with a jump back medium, it's like airball, etc. But I just find it hard. I feel like for Blanca to throw out normals under pressure against Akuma. Like the range that Akuma can cover is great for counter poking. I think Blanca's normals are like rather slow outside of like his lights. There are a lot of like opportunities for Blanca to get countered just based off of his frame data alone.
Like we see more than Akuma players also using like stand medium kick and things like that to help out in this matchup. As you mentioned, like the character can definitely be a wall. It's hard for Blanca to get going. Level 2 can definitely help out. Obviously less interactions to kill a non-K health character, but getting there, establishing that is really difficult continuously. But Nemo coming up with this character, we haven't really seen Nemo play much, if not often. I think he's played 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 matches in total this entire league. He's walked away with 1, 2, just 2 wins so far. It's kind of strange for Nemo.
I feel like he's been concentrating a lot on other games. Like that's the revealing or like pulling the veil. I think it's in quite honesty, like honestly, that's like that's his priority, and like I think that's totally fair because he's very talented at other games. But I think it's mostly because he was like focusing on other games as well, like trying to find that balance point, trying to make sure that he's ready for both like League, Street Fighter League, and also like other World Championships. He's been back and forth from so many different countries. I think him also like facilitating his team is something that he's more than capable of doing. But I will say like it's starting to show. I think it's all the efforts that he's trying to make for Street Fighter League Japan kind of reflecting the amount of points the team currently has, right? I think it's obviously up to the individual to get their practice in, but I feel like there's got to be a little bit of leadership coming in if it's like, all right, gang, if we're not scoring as many points, we got to fix something, right?
Especially the diversity of characters that he has. He mentions that you know, he's played Bison a lot this year. He's playing up with the block because he feels like the character's strong. He also has a JP. I feel like that rotation would have been so good if we saw those characters rotated a lot more often. Even having JP out in the league, which we really didn't have, unfortunately, due to Kaku's absence, is like a big deficit, you know, to your team, not having that character on your squad that could clean up in so many matchups that you might meet. But Mochi says, I played with Nemo in different games. I'm really happy to be able to play with him in Street Fighter League as well. So, just happy to be able to fight it out with him in the streets of 6. So he takes that W. Back to the block is Nemo. Oh, that's what we're talking about. Whip punish with the sweep. Too far. It does it against a drive run.
Oh, that could have been an attempt for Mochi to get a drive impact back, actually. Just not even ready for it. Just raw blocking the drive impact from the side of Nemo. Perfect parry. Going for the drive rush punish counter. Ugh, slam him down. Nemo. No chance at surviving that one. I mean, like, there could have been an opportunity maybe to possibly get something going. Maybe just block. Maybe maintain up ball. Maybe up ball in general.
It's starting to get oppressive. So I thought, VP on the wake up. Drive rush crouching light kick. In range to do it. With different options, you have to worry about overhead, fireball, a charge up one, but when that happens, he's ready to cross him up. Chan gets the OD, should be able to get the kill nice and easy, no bar necessary. Semis level 2 should be coming through here for Nemo, maybe to start things off.
Already keeping the spacing game alive. I like that. Beating Nemo to the punch, quite literally off of the drive rush. We do get the big flames. The big talk to as well. Throw, no, he's knocking on the door instead. Backing away a little bit, trying to find that control. Standing light kick, now moving on, and yet again, Nemo trying to get out of the corner. This is kind of tough. Mochi's been dominating so far. The Lightning Beast, is it going to get at least that burnout? It sure does. But do you get anything out of it is the question.
So careful, slip bar at the bottom here for Mochi. Might be willing to block things out for a little bit longer too as well. As he does so, he builds up his bar back up faster. Take a few more throws, the DI comes through. No protection at all. No super.
Fine.
Yeah, one more interaction though.
Yeah, he had to bust out at that moment. As soon as he got his drive gauge back, there had to be like some sort of way to bust out. Like, he's able to absorb damage off of like a DI splat and just kind of move on with it, but it was really up to him afterwards. Mochi, with all the resources, Nemo. Funny enough, him not being scared of any sort of reversal is pretty godly.
Yeah. Still going in, even though there's bar at the bottom flashing. That was that one-player game, man. That was a game up. The cross up the low right there.
Yeah. There was a counter hit against Nemo, right? Again, there's gonna be so many counter hits coming in against the side of Blanca. We talked about like some of his normals kind of just being a little bit on the slower end, outside of like the lights, right? Big punish counter. We talk about recovery as well.
Lift off, up ball. Pressure going to get the bar back up, but too close for comfort. Honestly, those counters are coming through because Mochi has been, in most matchups that we've seen him, the timing has been so well to understand when you want to press, he plays a faster button at the proper ranges. So it makes it even worse for Blanca. Drive rush overhead finally works out. Big Tatsu to take it towards the corner. Plus, the ODDP comes through. That's still hit. Oh my God.
Conversion, yeah,
no,
level 1.
Convert.
Yeah, the OD fireball, plenty of room behind it, plenty of drive gauge, nice and easy. So much time for Mochi to confirm. Throw out that extra OD right into the level 1. That was slick. Really well done for Mochi.
Ready for everything, man. Final game between the two. Oh, almost got the whip punish, but recovery. Crouching menu punch works out for Nemo. Oh yeah, big reward incoming. Empty throw, he breaks that though. She needs to find a way outside the corner, but unfortunately that is not free. Can't press the button right after that.
Jesus, who's creeping on in there, Mochi. Oh, still trying to get away from these throws. That wasn't a punish counter.
Perfect parry punish right after the dash up. Beautifully done. Big Tatsu. Any stand medium, that's like +5. And a slight walk back again. He's got level 2 if he wants to use it. He's gonna have to. I have to kill the neutral jump. Light kick will to call the throw. Mochi set point. These are my streets.
Jesus, the assault from the lightning beast. Yeah, I mean, it was a matter of time, right? No bar from the side of Mochi, no drive gauge, no super. We do get double for fella though.
That's the worst part, it's never over. Can't leave for free, he's still right there, and it locks him up the throw. Nemo with a perfect KO. Final game, final round. Oh, try this shit with the 4 fierce. Nothing to do it just yet. When the round start. Here, fireball. Get him some drive brush though. Here's Nemo.
Double drive rush on in, checking the low median kick. That's going to be an activation towards Lightning Beast. Either way you spin it, Mochi. Not too bad, actually going right back into the parry. OD, he actually built up so much drive gauge off of that. And it's so well worth it to go into the ODDP.
But low. The throw, drive rush overhead, the flip out. Try to go for something right there, but the reversal jab saves him. ODDP still able to work out Nemo with the charge and the OD sauce to seal the deal.
Real significant W coming in from Saishunkan Seoul Kumamoto. Nagoya NTPOJA down so far. This is actually a pretty big turn of events, man. I'm actually a little bit concerned. Nagoya, they need 30 points for a chance at first, by the way. Just to remind you guys, for the favorable seeding, they're currently 30 points behind Good 8 Squad. I mean, obviously, if they score 30, there's still a chance for Good 8 Squad to turn it over. They still have to play later on in the second matchup against Victrix Favu Gaming, but that's kind of a little bit concerning for Nagoya. I mean, they're qualified either way you spin it. If they score 0 points here, though, that's actually kind of wild. If they score absolutely nothing going into this final match, and if Crazy Raccoon scores a perfect 40, they could lose their seeding. They could at least lose their home field advantage going into the first round, I should say specifically.
Do not want that off, especially for the playoffs being what it is. But Saishunkan Seoul Kumamoto really standing out. You know, Kosa first of all, and then Nemo coming to bat and being strong. I honestly didn't expect Nemo to be so informed with the Blanca and being able to really play around Mochi's pacing, which has been difficult for a lot of players out here. So you need those 30 points. You need somebody significant to send up for the anchor match. It's got to be KB. It's always got to be KB when it comes to the anchor position. Really secure these points and try to tie things up at minimum right now. He has had one of the most impressive runs in Street Fighter League history thus far, only losing once, and that was just recently last week against Gachikun, but otherwise has been pristine. Only a small mark to his name. How insane is that?
How do you even, like, compare to that? Look at that record, dude. 120 points. He's taking down JP's, Chun-Li's, Sagat's, Ed's, Bison's, Jamie's, Ryu, Rashid? No, not Rashid, but like Ryu. He's taking out majority of the cast. All with mine. What a beast. That's insane.
Some people might credit just to Mai. Obviously Mai is strong, but the way that he plays her though, the way that he operates, you can see the matchup knowledge is there per match. Remember, once again, I have to keep reminding people, Sagat, Macho tried to wake up at level 1, he had level 2 to interrupt that and kill that completely because it's projectile infall. Just things like that show me that he really cares about the character and how to operate the character rather than just throwing OD fans and drive press jab and overhead, putting up the corner and hitting level 1 and stuff like that. That's still part of the game plan, but there's a lot more. So I think he'll be more than ready to fight someone like Kobian, who has been able to fight my players. He did take down the likes of like Knuckle to get the top 8 over at Evo, but this is a different type of Mai, man. This is definitely a different type of Mai.
I mean, within context, I don't think Knuckle was playing Mai back then, so.
No, this was at Evo France.
Oh, I think we're talking about Evo Vegas. Okay.
No, that makes sense. Evo France. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that was before Knuckle2 decided to put down the Pokemon cards. But all jokes aside, I think Kobion's going to be a little bit more dangerous against KB. It really depends. Like, KB is rather aggressive and it has so many different looks towards his offense. It's really difficult for a lot of people to adjust. Obviously, the score is there. With 120 points, with everybody falling victim, obviously what I'm saying has merit too. Because, like, he's just unstoppable right now. So, we'll see. We'll see how this goes. I want to actually see how Kobion adjusts to this specifically, this type of aggression that could come up from KB.
Feels like Kobion's good against like my players that throw a little bit more of the fireballs, like they're throwing way more of the like the fans and things like that. Give the charge up fans. He's got a little bit of tech for that, for like OD Laureate in between. He also had a perfect parry. But the ones that get active with like buttons, like Ryukichi last time that he played a Might was Ryukichi, and it was 3-1 when that happened. I think those kind of put him off his pace. But maybe fighting Ryukichi and him learning, okay, I have to fight this different style of Mai, has put him in motion to get ready for the likes of KP. Kobion says in the last episode, we unfortunately cannot play in the playoffs, or it's the last episode, excuse me. We cannot play in the playoffs, but I'll do my best regardless. And KP says, if we get a perfect match, we have a chance to stay at first place, so I'll do my best. So he has to win, so we get that perfect match for the 30 points as you mentioned. So it has to start here for KP. But could you imagine Seoul coming in and taking it 40-0, 40 bombing Nagoya NTPOJA? League is so different this year in a good way.
I would have loved to see that earlier. That is for sure. Obviously, the last time I played with Nagoya NTPOJA coming in from the away side, did they fall short? No, they actually beat them. Okay, so they beat them 30-10 back in October. So it's actually kind of wild to see like how much of a difference this is just based off of the first two games. I actually want to see what had happened in that first set. October 7. Boom, there we go. Okay. Seiya lost to Kobion 0-2. Okay. Mochi beat Macho and KB beat Nemo. Pretty convincingly from both ends too. So very interesting to see the switch up now. Kobion being the anchor and Nemo getting his W against Mochi. And that was with Bison, by the way, so he's been going back and forth.
Switch up in terms of like the characters that fit you at that time, or like whatever you got ready. That's why the runbacks are so important, being able to acclimate and be like, okay, they're about this life, I'll be about my life. So it's cool to see them have that energy. Obviously, would have been better if it was earlier in the season, but sometimes it's hard, you know, as you mentioned, it's hard for Nemo to get back and forth. The different games that he's playing, different things that he's doing for his team. You have two Ryus on the team, and one of the Ryus wasn't fully there with the character. It felt like didn't really have the confidence all the time. So if that would have came up earlier, things may have been different. But League is hard. And the fact that it's been so contentious overall, even if Saishunkan Kumamoto can't qualify, just goes to show how strong these players are and how much they're pushing the meta and pushing themselves.
Yeah, that's the thing I'm looking forward to the most, is seeing like how far the meta is going to be right now, where it matters the most, right? Like obviously we have like a high meta character coming in from KB. Now with the, I want to say like a character that feels like their value is kind of getting up a little bit, but it really depends. Like there's not a lot of players really trying to utilize Zangief to that fashion, if I'm being real honest with you. So it is rather difficult to see how things have been going in regards to like the realm of where the meta's at. Like Mai's been getting blown up a little bit recently too. I want to say just based off of like locals as well, from like weekly tournaments, we see some of the Mai's. She's essentially been claimed by the community, at least in some parts of the US, as potential woman. Like she's got everything going on for her. So
yeah,
it is rather difficult.
Yeah, she's not really winning like Big World Warriors or like even TNSs or can openers all the time. People are switching but not always finding success. And you're definitely right about that. Like I feel like you can play Mai to a certain point, but then you meet the people who've been practicing against that character, understanding how to fight her. And even though she may be annoying, not everybody's gonna be falling and faltering. So picking up Mai isn't like a win condition. Even out here, one of the bottom teams for this current division is Victrix Favu Gaming, and they have a lot of Mai's, and some of them have also swapped over to see Viper. So despite the fact that she may be the strongest character on paper and for many people, it doesn't mean they're going to get the W. But that's why KP is so impressive, because he's pushing the character to be more than just OD fan or drive rush overhead, then Kage no Mai level 1, whatever it may be, and then throwing out stuff for the enhancements. It's more about, I understand how to fight the matchup in total and use her tools around that. He has so many different looks. I feel like he is one of the best for that reason. You can see it in his play, along with like Xiao Hai. And now Ryukichi also up there too as well. There was a time where Ryukichi's mind was kind of, it's okay. But now it's like his own thing, it feels.
Yeah, he's definitely been like a distinguishable Mai in comparison to the rest in both divisions, right? I think like there's so many different things that KB is looking for all at the same time that is like super impressive, and it's just gotten me to believe that he's easily like the best Mai out in Street Fighter League Japan. Just not even just based off of his performances, but also just like how he thinks about the game.
Right, 100%. The way he operates, the way he even uses movement with the character. We've seen him like avoid jumpers by using like drive rush to go underneath. Like that's not like a my thing, but it's like a, I know my spacing and how to play the game overall. So like it's a combination of like his great game sense and how to play my overall. And to switch it up, we saw there are times where he was kind of getting pieced up a little bit, but then he thought a few more OD fans, but reel it back, but keep the spar up, be a little bit more risky when he needs to. All these different switches of styles allow him to stay so solid and sturdy with the character that other people don't get to do, because I feel like they hyper focus on one area or one method of how to play her, and that's why he finds success more often than not, way more often than not in League, I guess I should say. I got to give him a lot more credit than that. Only lost once to Gachikun, and that was last week, so we'll see if it happens today.
Yeah, we are getting ourselves ready. It's been quite a hot minute between these two, just trying to figure out what's going on with their current tech check. Listen, man, I just want to make sure that the grappler comes home with a W. Like, it might be a little bit biased. I just want to see a full-on plated justice served for Saishunkan Kumamoto. I like the drama.
Yeah.
As much as I am a fan of KB, I think like the Nagoya NTPOJA squad deserves every right to be in the playoff spot. But man, would it be sick for Saishunkan Kumamoto to come out the woodwork with a 40 bomber today. That would sound pretty damn cool.
That would fit the narrative of how wild League can be, and it's already been wild up to this point right now. But it definitely would be sick. And Kobeon, I mean, big ups to him. He got top 8 of Evo with Deep alone, solid, you know? So it would be great to see him get that W. And again, he knows the matchup very well. It's just certain types of minds I think get him off his game. But he's been upping his gameplay overall. I feel like his footsies are really great. He started sneaking command grabs and things like that, sneaking resets and stuff like that. He's really becoming a complete package with this character.
Yeah, we've kind of mentioned that a little bit earlier, though. But, I mean, all things considered, I kind of want to see what like the future is like for Kobeon and his PC currently. My man is trying to figure out what needs to be done. You know, if he was on a Galeria, this wouldn't be a problem, I think. You know,
True.
If Kobeon wasn't forcing the hamster to work overtime on his computer at the moment, I think he would have been fine and dandy to get ourselves ready for it. But all things considered, I can't even imagine Kobeon playing another grappler. I actually kind of wonder if he would transition over to Alex once he's released. Maybe.
He's more poke-based than other Geef players, I feel. So maybe that would suit him. Like, if Alex has that crouching medium punch that he had in 5, which would be so sick. But like that, like the heavy kick, as a punch cutter, oh, wait a minute. Maybe he should have like a little secondary, little Alex on the side. That'd be sick. I don't know how that character's gonna play. I mean, it could be completely different than 5 or even Third Strike. But like seeing him with another character like that, it's like still a grappler, like kind of like Itazan. That'd be kind of cool. That'd be kind of cool. It depends on how Alex plays, though, I guess. How he's gonna fit in Street Fighter 6.
I mean, we'll see. That's one of the biggest things I'm looking forward to. Either that or I don't even know. Like, I have zero clue of how like the last character is gonna play. Like, also, I'm more so just kind of speechless in regards to like how that character was like even talked about before. Just because it's like we haven't seen Ingrid in general, right? Like we've seen her in like an alpha. Like, I'm not trying to be like a hater. I'm actually more so. It's more like it's piquing my curiosity. And me just being completely unfamiliar with the character outside of like playing them in like on my PSP when I was playing like that port of Alpha 3.
Yeah, Alpha 3 Max, was it? If I'm not mistaken.
Something like that, like Upper Max.
Yeah. But I'm with you. I didn't even know that character existed until I saw it in the magazine of like Capcom Fighting Evolution. I'm like, what is this? And then they brought her back as a full-on character for Street Fighter 6. I don't even know how she's gonna play. Like the only time I've ever even touched her is like when we did the charity event and we were just messing around with the characters for the Capcom Fighting Evolution for a little bit. That's the only time I've ever even encountered that character or even played a little bit of her. And even then, she feels like she's so different than what you would expect. Like the fireballs do not go in a straight line and stuff like that. She has teleports. Like she might be kind of devious in this game. We'll see. We'll see. But that's what, spring? Because winter is Alex. So that could be within March. Yeah, I guess January to March, maybe. Hopefully, knock on wood.
Maybe. I want to know, like, if Alex would be released right before, like, Capcom Cup. I wonder if he's gonna have like a December or even like December probably gameplay trailer, perhaps. And then maybe I want to say, like, I hope there's like a release for January. Like, I understand that's like way too close for comfort because it's gonna be like right before Capcom Cup happens. So who knows, honestly. But like, if it's anything like last year and Atlanta came out pretty much after Capcom Cup, then that's like pretty much the same time we could expect Ingrid as well.
When did my drop though? Like, did my drop in February or January?
I guess it was a check.
Because they played my Capcom Cup. Because she was Capcom Cup legal.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Shanghai played her.
Definitely was. Yeah. It was February 5th for mine.
Maybe Alex February 5th or around that time, early February, possibly. Capcom, please.
Perhaps.
Please.
Alex
That'd be great.
SF3 wiki. Let me see some real quick. Let me see some real quick when it comes to Alex.
It might be spring also, so maybe I'm wrong.
No, he's definitely wintertime. So we got a game going. That's what I'm talking about. Kobe are finally ready to play with us. That's what I'm talking about.
All right. Parry. All those fans coming through. Does get the knockdown though. Getting some space. KB running a little bit more of the projectiles. Beautiful whip punish. The crouching medium punch. Boom towards the corner. So I thought, you're in the corner.
Jeez. That was a 20-minute tech pause.
Nice podcast. All right, we're in there though. KB, a little bit less on the normals, more on the fireballs, like him adjusting for the matchup, as we mentioned. It's gonna run the same game plan.
Yeah, I mean, it's mostly going to be KB trying to run his game with like the fireballs. As soon as Kobeon reacts to it, though, that jump in, pretty critical, right? Now he gets to kind of play around with the life bar. He gets to play around with the spacing he has against KB, and then throwing out the DI max distance. This guy is so well calculated.
I like his perfect parries, and also the Stan Pierce idea, too. Cut through the fireball when he can. The defensive things here from Kobeon so far. Hits the heavy. Ooh.
Pretty standard operating procedure from Zangief players, right? Utilizing the armor against some of the single hits that Mai is looking for. Even some of like the fans a little bit earlier on. But a little bit different now that you have the install. Kobeon not going to be able to go to that successfully as often.
True. Enhancement. Now the lockdown up in the corner. Stan Pierce finds success up in the corner. Put him to rest. Not bad for KB to run it back. And also that might mean that KB goes from a lows to call it that Stan Pierce. See what happens. Round around right now.
Nah, I think that's gonna blow it up. That's difficult, right? He has to be like further ranges. Maybe possibly throw out something preemptive, but it's gonna be a big counter against the drive rush, excuse me. What a neutral jump.
Better. Yeah, forget my idea. That's even better. And stay medium too as well. Less risky. Interrupts the drive rush with the fireball, and the Stan Pierce backs up. Doesn't have to overextend to get the win. It's KB in full control right now.
Doesn't have to commit too much, but he tries it anyway, right? He tries to go for a drive rush overhead. Kobeon reacting immediately to it. This is going to be tough. I feel like for Kobeon still, he tried to sneak in something. KB, there is no reason for him to not press a button there.
Take your turn. KB. Full lead and held, full dominance right there. And understanding what to deal with in terms of like defensive options. That stand fierce neutral jump. Outside the range, so poke with stand medium and stand fierce against drive rush, the initiation points. What's the game plan?
Very green thus far. Kobeon sneaking into that SPD after the 2 lights. What do you do about this though?
Oh, good punish. Nice. Drive reversal though. Kobeon. Low on drive gauge though. KB able to walk him down because of that. Step first in OD. Or OD fan. Play around that idea. Look for the jump. The DP is there.
Oh, you are locked down. No way out of that one. You essentially treat Zangief as if he has like a 0 bars to his name, 0 super if he has level 1, right? It's not going to be like a valid reversal. So I like that, taking advantage of his KB, playing the life lead game. He's got so much time on the clock to work around, right? He's got so much bar to him in regards to drive gauge, very healthy. He's got 2 installs left. Very, very easy conversion. KB is making this look really convincing.
He doesn't give up too much ground either. Really holds his ground as much as he can with like mediums and things like that. Getting aggressive when he wants to, drive reversal. More than fine. Gets the bar back, almost back at the green. Yeah, this is A-okay here for KB, the way he's playing. Or so I thought. Unfortunately, committed to that stand fierce. Level 2 coming through. Drive rush, SPD. Lead here for Kobeon. What's the defense like, KB?
Huh. Funny enough, I thought that was fierce. I think it's just, it was like a quick press and release from the side of Kobeon. Not bad though, the rebuttal is here. Kobeon making it work off of a very, very big read against the jumping initially, just right out the gate for that round.
One gonna make things a lot more problematic to deal with. More damage incoming. Harder on that stand fierce, especially up in the corner as a defensive tactic. I would try to tap parry there. Bar at the bottom. For another throw. He takes that though. KB again in the lead. Oh, for the conversion.
Yeah, he's chilling right now. KB, nothing to worry about. Kobeon, critical art territory. Now he's got something a little bit more to worry about. No way, you can't get away with it like that. KB was absolutely ready. 2 games straight, nice and easy. I'm telling you, man, he's not gonna be overzealous about it. He's gonna be waiting for you to do something real drastic and blow you up for it.
It's so difficult to get going once you've lost that lead, as Geef, it feels like. Even if you do have the lead, it's kind of hard to encroach upon that space. When you want to poke with stand medium, the heavy kick, we've seen that as a punish counter. We've seen stand medium from this character, stand fierce, the fans, obviously. And every so often, you know, KB initiates when he feels he's comfortable to do so. We have seen some jumping, some calls on some buttons, but KB's, I feel like he just doesn't feel like he's worried. He doesn't have anything really to worry about. Besides a few mistakes here and there, Kobeon hasn't really been able to make the most, like some magic really happen continuously. And KB is just understanding what to do per matchup. Again, you can definitely see that he's lapped out how to fight this matchup. He adjusts per character. It's not just the same game plan continuously. He doesn't just sit there and throw fireballs or projectiles. He'll initiate when he wants to. This man is just like a real my player.
And I don't think his defense has been too shabby thus far. There have been some really big moments where Kobeon like does get his offensive pressure and does kind of like run his game the way he wants to, but I haven't really seen Kobeon like full-on panic after those rounds have occurred. So in terms of like mental defense, pretty damn high. I want to see Kobeon kind of press that issue a little bit more. I want to see like if he could actually make KB panic in some of these situations in the corner. I just want to see what happens if we can get that further developed, because KB has just been in control a bunch of times in a lot of these matchups. Sometimes some of the rounds slip away, sure. Outside of that, he's just been so tough to deal with.
Final game, KB trying to tie it up for his team. No DRC just yet. Punish, hard knockdown. Frame kill for the throw right after. Now what do we get for the corner? Not your hood. Hard to defend against this character without having like a DP. Try to walk him down with your eating fans. Maybe a whiff punish, a buffer medium.
Damn, again, catching Kobayashi moving forward. Medium into the drive rush. This is so difficult, right? There it is. As soon as we were talking about it, KB under pressure, immediately firing off with ODDP. Now you're in burnout. You got 0 bars to your name. I like the jump. I don't know about the knees. I've never seen that as a way to pursue somebody outside the corner, but hey, we'll take it.
Whatever it takes. He's winning right now. He's in. Level 1 is on the side. Hard to jump. Bar back now.
No.
Dang. Before you can even get aggressive, the bar comes back. It's a chip scenario.
Yeah.
That's going to be a KB. Bring it back as soon as the green came back.
This guy Kobayashi, man. Oh. That initial moment where he let KB out of the corner, couldn't secure a drive impact for himself, or at least deal out the damage that he was looking for. This is rough, man. Oh, you're eating hella damage.
The drive gauge. Ashy. Immediate DI. Karu no Mai, luckily, but still. Okay, outside the corner, though. So is KB. He backs off, gets his bar back in the green. He's fine. He's chilling. He's cooling right now. All the buttons are playing with drive reversal. Deficit, but again, the fans help you get the bar back. You have the spacing to poke with, too, as well. He dashes up. He grabs him.
Into it. Yeah, KB's big chillin', right? There's no other way for KB to let this lead slip. There is gonna be a level 3 from the side of Kobayashi. It's just, what do you do, right? KB is just so beyond active. This is a matchup for KB as soon as he sat down to play, right? Having the home court advantage, being able to dictate what matchups go in your favor. Yeah, there was no way KB was gonna lose that by a long shot. So convincing. I'd be crying too if I had to take that long to play, man.
Shoot. So I'm gonna get my revenge. He said, it took me a long time to get to play, whatever, but I'm gonna make it quick. KB taking the W. But again, like, as you mentioned, if he knows you're coming up, he knows the matchup, it's going to be hard fought. And so many different, like, moments of drive rush, moments of fireball, him building his bar back up after he expends quite a bit, not being in ranges where Kobayashi could really work or cook from there. There were some moments where Kobayashi had. There are moments where Kobayashi could definitely, or Kobayashi, excuse me, could definitely route it back. But then we see KB getting his bar back. Like right around this moment, I do believe, is it this one? No, this is the DI where he tried to get robbed. He couldn't do that. Yeah, this is where he gets the bar back and then puts out the chip scenario. The fact that KB immediately recognized, he was like, okay, I could kill you with this chip scenario as soon as he got the bar back. Like, his brain was already flights ahead of Kobayashi. So at that point, this was over before it even began, as you mentioned. 20-20, but it's not over though. In total, NTPOJA could falter. Seiya is the last one to come up, has to go up against Macho. We'll see how this goes. We'll see if Seiya's fought any reuse.
Yeah, while you look that up, there is a potential 260 points on the table for Nagoya. NTPOJA would put them tied with Good 8 Squad before they have to play their second match.
Word. All right. Let's see here. Shouts out to Seiya, you know, coming through the Chun-Li new to the Street Fighter League streets. I don't think he's played a Ryu just yet. The last time he played, this team was obviously when he played Kobayashi and lost that 2-0. But he's not played a Ryu in the league thus far. So first time for everything.
Yeah, I mean, he's played, I guess the closest thing to it, he's played off against a Ryu. That's all I got, really. Or no, sorry, he played up against an Akuma, excuse me. That's all I pretty much got. But other than that, he hasn't really been able to fight off against any sort of Shoto. He's played against Fenris's Blanca. He's faced off against, let's see. Yeah, I mean, he's only played like a handful of times. He wasn't available for every single week, but when he has shown up, he's gotten some pretty all right W's. I don't think his record's too bad, right? And even in the week that he did perform in week 8, he actually blew out Kazunoko's back 2-0.
All right. Fenris as well, down. Lost to Sahara recently, but still not too bad for somebody that's been newly inducted into Street Fighter League. And yeah, I feel like Seiya's coming into his own. Whilst Macho, I feel like isn't there just yet. Let me see the last time Macho played. He lost to Eita, lost to Sahara, and then lost to Kazunoko's Viper. I guess really had a lot of wins. In fact, how many wins has Macho? He's had 2 wins, 1 in anchor and then 1 in the non-anchor position. But that's really been about it for Macho. Oof.
I'll be very honest. I really haven't been able to like see Macho's full potential growth with this character. I would have loved to see him kind of stick it out with Akuma a little bit more. I think he was like finding some pretty good progress. I don't know what is like who would really convince him to go into Ryu, and I would also like try to pay attention to like a CFN and watch his streams, because Macho has always been like one of the guys that I feel like has like potential is definitely a word for it, but he's been like the most enjoyable for me to watch in like Street Fighter League history, right? Stemming back from Street Fighter 5, and I always think like maybe it's one of those things for me that Macho, he does have like a firm understanding of like how to approach fighting games. He's got a good understanding of like what needs to be involved in like building up the fundamentals per new iteration of Street Fighter, Guilty Gear, etc. So I am kind of worried right now, like where he's at professionally with his current picks.
I'm 100% with you. I think Akuma would have been way better for him. When he shows up with Akuma, it even looks more confident. He himself said that he is not super confident right now, but that W for his team to close things out. It's the first time playing this position. Get that W. Seiya, way more form. Look at that. In the punish counter. Spinning bird kick for the Oki. A throw right after it. On the defensive parry on wake up. Overhead blocked out though.
What a way to step it out too. Macho well aware of the mixed potential that Seiya does bring to the table. OD fireball for the knockdown does charge up the Genshin. I don't know what the hell that was. Neutral jump fierce. A little bit of a jump scare.
Or fierce to the plus frame stand fierce. Trying to find a home. Both of them whipping the night. Macho recovers the time to stay fine, gets a punish. Oh, kill the drive gauge. He delays a little bit. Maybe looking for a reversal.
What is this?
Jump fierce?
That's the second time he's done that.
Bro. Oh no, the side switch.
Damn, this is a whip punish and a half. Okay. A couple of slight errors from the side of Macho. A little bit of funkiness going on, but we take the round.
Keep it clean though. Below. Touch it towards the corner. Staggering. Seiya able to play his turn though right after back throw. Fireballs to lock him down, wall him off for a little bit. Anti-air's gonna be there, of course. Tensho, proper distance to do so. Back crouch fierce with drive rush, hard to deal with. Well, not that time though, no green behind it.
Side switch. Macho just gaining all of that drive gauge back. Seiya just giving them the opportunity, but we get a pretty solid finisher into the level 2. Nice and easy, the conversion. Seiya not worried about it too much, right? Like willing to play that defense. Not worried about Macho gaining his drive gauge back. Totally fine with that.
The punch from Macho gets the stand fierce. It's it with the DP. On the dash up though, check the challenge with the jabs. Back throw. Seiya really wants him in the corner. It makes sense. Locking down with the fireballs if you want to, with the perfect parry and the sweep.
So difficult to track down Seiya too. Like he's willing to just kind of like walk on back. And I understand it too. Like he's also getting some of that drive gauge back for himself. But I like the instant air legs as the punish counter level 2. Let me get that corner carry, attacking on the drive gauge as well. Apply that pressure. Safe jump, empty jump low. Actually, that was a counter hit against Macho. More than enough damage coming in. Watch out now. A little bit of a stagger.
Enough. Oh no, the mistakes again. The DP had to be a fireball. Vicious, what's going on, man?
Get him out. Get him out of there. Send in the rescue chopper. Send in the rescue chopper for my man Macho, please. Help me. I believe in him. I believe in him so much.
Worry.
I know he could do so well in this league with Ryu. I know for sure he can. Very unorthodox seeing Macho kind of suffer in this way.
So unfortunate. Point for Seiya though. There's a low. Donkey kick. Careful with your drive gauge. Don't get back though. Macho. Puts the pressure on though. Look at the counter hit jab right there with Ashogeki. Back in the green. Nice and easy. We'll take that trade. Sub caught up in the corner. Oh, fierce. We'll counter it though. So he needs a little bit more.
Oh. Interruption off with the stand jab. I like that.
And burnout. Not out of options though. He still has that level 1. What's the bust out? Level 2 against the fireball if need be. Buffering, but still walking and staying. Find the timing. Getting that counter conversion to kill. Level 1 to bring things up. Yes, sir. Seiya. No lack of confidence from him at all.
Trying to give him the good old Seiya later. This guy's looking too convincing right now. Macho has not really been able to like force Seiya to budge, to be quite honest with you. Seiya's been able to run his game throughout the entirety of this match thus far, and even more so now after this punish counter. This is looking kind of rough for Macho.
Going to the double shimmy though. Couldn't get the DP off proper timing. Is he with the super? A lot of bar speed here for Macho. Lead up, so you might get that bar back to like East level 2 in the 3rd round if you make it there.
The stab is there. You just ran right into it. The counter hit. Macho trying to walk up and assert dominance with a normal that's just a little bit too slow. I couldn't tell you what normal it was. It had to be a fierce from that range. But Seiya already prepared for the read. My man went in with the stab. Good old 7-framer, huh? Nice work.
Down. Dang, what a wake-up decision. The conversion, Seiya, not looking confidence at all. You can definitely see the difference between a player that has that confidence. Obviously, they're in that top spot. They're looking to get further in the playoffs, obviously. So maybe that helps. But Macho with the drops that are so ununiform from him, historically, it's been a continuous thing, though, in the league. It shows out today. But even without those mistakes, it feels like his game plan isn't there to close things out. It feels like he hasn't fully informed with the Ryu. And again, Akuma, I feel like that's his spirit animal. Take to the skies, go for the demon flips, the dog kicks, the aerial approach,
Feels that way.
the optability, man.
差があるということで、内側に入るとちょっとやっぱりこうセイヤの的確な立ち上げパンチで守るシーンが非常に多かったかなと。
Yeah, I can't imagine like what he needs to do to like adjust going forward. His overall record has looked pretty good for the first couple of weeks. Like he was getting some big W's with Ryu. I feel like once week 5 it hit, we started to see like a very interesting decline. All of his matches were like 2-1 or very close. He hasn't been the closer that we expected him to be in a very long time. And then going into like his record in November, I don't think he's won a single game actually. He hasn't won a single game since October 28th. And that's crazy. That's like, I'm not even talking about a match. I mean, my man went like, well, he wasn't available. I think, no, let me see. Let me be specific. My man lost 0-3, and then he also lost 0-2 in week 8 and 9, and then he went 0-2 again in week 10, brother. Yikes.
I think if he goes back for next league, I really hope that he commits to like a Kuma or a character that he can really meld with. And then whatever the nerves are happening right now in terms of like the shakiness or his lack of confidence that he has mentioned previously, that's got to be off the table, because I feel like he's such a strong component to any team. He can be that. He has to access that. But Seiya on the reverse, though, big ups to him to be able to get the shakes out, become a prominent point for his team later throughout the league. I mean, it's such a hard thing to be a new player, a young player, and then get asked to be out here for the league and then be part of one of the most dominant teams and then keep up with the other players. You see someone like KB who's winning all the time, Mochi, who is a completely different daredevil than we saw last year, and honestly, Otani getting better and better about how he needs to utilize Ken. Maybe isn't all the way there just yet, but you can see the improvements. It's one thing to see all that and be like, man, I'm down on myself. It's another to be like, I need to keep up with them and I'm inspired by them. Otani, with his winter interview, does say that he has a good memory of playing Ryu, and he wanted to play a really good Shoto game with Kosa, but unfortunately lost. Thing is, man, Kosa has a good memory because he played Ken and he's understood that character from time to time again. So I mean, that's memory's not gonna save you from like how much that man's put work into that character.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to really contest against like Kosa being favorable in that matchup. There was a pretty strong start from the side of Otani, at least within that first game, but Kosa just looked way too comfortable going forward afterwards. It was like a really rough introduction though, because it was so slow paced. You could see what the intentions were from both ends pretty easily. But as it got hot and heavy towards like the second parts of the set, I think Kosa was just way too familiar with like the ranges that Otani wanted to play in and just kind of ran him over. And also understanding when to strike depending on where the opponent's drive gauge is. I think figuring out that part of the meta has been so critical lately. And Kosa had like a little bit of a better understanding. And Otani, in that moment, holding on to a little bit of his drive gauge rather than trying to go for like a full-on punish and possibly turn the tide. I think that was like a... I'm not going to hold it against him, honestly. I think there was a possible, like a higher probability of him taking the W against Kosa, but it's like, at the end of the day, if it never happened, we'll never know.
Yeah. Sonny also says, I didn't really like the team games before, but throughout the season, I enjoyed playing with the team, and that's the reason we were able to win. So maybe he wasn't really informed with himself, he wasn't really enjoying how he was playing, but we're starting to acclimate. And it's small decision making at this point, I think, for him, will get him where he needs to be. But man, Nagoya NTPOJA, overall just standing out way more than I thought. If y'all would have told me, yeah, NTPOJA is going to make it this top spot or towards the playoffs, I'd be like, yeah, maybe. But to see them where they're at and how dominant they have been and taking down other team members that are more storied throughout Street Fighter League history or what have you, I would not have called this at all. Like most of the matches that we've seen, even with KB. KB's been good, but this is clearly his best season and one of the best seasons I've ever seen from a player in league history. Even in US and EU, maybe Angry Bird probably surpasses that. Probably Angry Bird, but still.
Angry Bird has a 100% record, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's, I mean, that's just, he's just built different, dude. So like that's just how it goes. I will say like KB's record is probably the best in Japan. There are a few, I want to say there are like 2 candidates for Street Fighter League US. I'd have to double check Knuckle2's record, but yeah, I mean, it's only the first half for them. But KB, easily one of the best performances he's had in his lifetime. I think he's been so locked in this season, and he finally has a character that he could really mesh well with.
Mochi says, really an honor to be able to play against Nemo. And Blanca would have been a matchup I would have to do even more in the playoffs, so I'll get even better at it. The season was a fun season. Really worked hard together as a team, trying to win throughout all the episodes. I really thank the team. Honestly, the team should be thanking you, Mochi. You came through. You turned up like volume, bro. You are different with that Akuma. The timing that he has, it feels like counter hits happen with him all the time. It feels like his timing, his button presses with his 5 frames, his 4 frames are immaculate. I feel like more often than not, he is landing damage because of that, access points because of that. And the fact that he beat Shuto so bad in the mirror, Shuto had to realign his brain. It's something different. So Mochi, big ups to you. Very good in terms of like an MVP. I would put him up there, get top 5 MVP, just in the play, the way that he's been able to play and acclimate to this season compared to last season.
Yeah, he's definitely within contention for like most improved in my opinion. I think he's been very, very enjoyable to watch. I think he's gotten much better at like every single match he's played. But the core of the team is it easily has to be KB, right? Being the leader makes a lot of sense. Him getting all the W's, like 120 points, now 140 by the way, just to update it. He's got 140 points by himself. And then moving on to like Seiya. I'm really kind of like curious to see like how he's going to develop even further going into the playoffs. His Chun-Li has gotten sharper. You could tell there was a little bit of like a growing pains coming in from Seiya. He wasn't really quite confident going into this, but he's adjusted quite well, getting his first W and just ascending since then. But obviously, before we even move on into like focusing on Seiya and what he has to say, I mean, KB also got his messages in, right? Talking about a few practice games with fellow Zangief players. He was looking so confident in that matchup, but he does say, as a team, we had a goal of don't make simple mistakes and tried for it. We really worked to do so as a team and was the main reason of our success. And I think that goes a long way, right? Like if there are some simple mistakes that you don't hammer out right off the bat, it turns into long-term habits, right? So I think that just went so far for him.
It's hard to get those habits out, especially when you're in the middle of the league, you're grinding things out, you have Warriors to worry about, another competition. So it's good to get that out before it becomes a bigger problem and a bigger threat. I also want to go back to the fact that you said that KB is like such a good leader. Having a good leader is such a paramount thing to be successful in league. You can't just have someone that's strong or the strongest person be the leader. It has to be someone that can lead the squad and help them in times where they're tough, or cheer them on, give them the proper advice too as well. The strongest player might always be able to give the best advice. So I like that KB is able to cover so many different things. I like that he had that practice against the key players definitely worked out, as we saw right there. Seiya, in his interview though, says, I thought I was good at playing against Ryu, but last night I got beaten by Yas and was losing confidence, but I'm glad I was able to win. Sometimes you have to get beat to get that W against somebody else. Macho or not, the fact that you have to like realign yourself and say, I'm not ready for this matchup. I thought I was, but now this guy beat me so bad, I have to rethink how things are going in. Maybe without that, he wouldn't have won possibly, but good to see his victory either which way.
So I did manage to get that stat. Knuckle is currently undefeated. He's at 100% win record going into Street Fighter League US.
My bad, dude.
Yeah, with day 4. Yeah, he is going nuts right now. Funny enough, he's doing it with Mai as well. So it's like we're seeing the KB influence really hitting Street Fighter League US. Obviously on the other side, Saishunkan Seoul Kumamoto is still trying to, get themselves ready perhaps for another season, right? I would love to see like Nemo and them kind of return to the stage. I would love to see like a much stronger composition with these guys. Like it's hard, just like if you're thinking it right off the bat, you have Zangief, 2 Ryus, and then like a roulette wheel of Bison, Blanca, JP, maybe C Viper, etc.
Yeah. I feel like that's a good team. It just needs to have more of Nemo coming through with that rotation. And the Ryu not be a Ryu player. I'm sorry. Akuma. It has to be Akuma. Put the Akuma on there. Macho would have been cooking way more, in my opinion. But either way, I feel like that's part of the reason why we don't get to see them have success as they did. And this league is hard. This league is very difficult in terms of like the strategy, the players picked, the player to player, the character to character, all that stuff. It's been even harder than previous seasons. We mentioned that continuously. It's not an excuse, but you really can't be lacking out here at all. So with that being said, I hope the next season that they're able to pick the proper characters for themselves, and then Nemo coming through and maybe having more focus in league,
Possibly. I mean, I would love to see it. Honestly, there's so much potential coming in from like Kobion, like easily one of the more like entertaining players to watch when it comes to like the Zangief mains out there. A handful of Zangief mains out there. I could count them on like one hand, really. I'm glad to also see Kosa in better spirits, at least from the intro. Like he was smiling a little bit. He was feeling rather good for himself. That last week that we saw him, it felt like it was kind of like cryptic and also kind of like slightly depressing. I was hoping he was okay because he definitely sounded like he didn't have a lot of confidence going into like last week's battles. I was kind of personally concerned. I'm like, hey man, is he going through something? So he's looking in much brighter spirits nowadays.
Which is funny because he won that match too as well. Obviously that was before, but like before he did the intro, he still won that match, which is crazy. So I'm glad he's feeling better. I'm glad he's great on the Ryu. Even when him at CEO, when I saw him with that character, I'm like, man, you just picked him up. Like, is that a good idea? But that practice, that effort paid off. Even at CEO, he didn't do too bad. And then after that, he's been doing great with this character. I feel like, you know, he's on a good path with whatever he chooses because he just knows how to grind out whatever character that he needs. He says, though, well, Kobian says at least, I'm really sorry for the losses. I wasn't able to play as I thought I could. I would like to get better for the next season. So I really do hope that he returns, as you mentioned. I hope that he comes back. Rare to see geek players like this, especially the way that he operates the character. He has been in so many successful moments in the offline and sometimes online with the Street Fighter League. Sometimes we do see him have glimmers of hope. I think the pressure really got to him, but I'm sure next season he'll be even stronger.
I definitely want that same sentiment to be shared towards like Macho. I think he's just like overall such a strong player. I think even outside of Japan, I would love to see him get a little bit more experience under his belt and like adapt towards the meta. Like there's just something about it, right? I feel like Macho hasn't fully acclimated himself to like the Street Fighter 6 meta and hasn't found the right character fit for him. And that's like, it sounds a little bit shallow, but like it's been very evident towards the way he's performed week in and week out and the way he's like actually playing. If you watch it like thoroughly, how he's been moving against some of these players, it's been rather difficult to watch. Just because it feels like it hasn't been updated yet.
There were even moments where I felt like he could just kind of go in against Seiya and burn him out, but he would kind of reel back a little bit. I'm like, there's no reason to. It's the first round. Go in, get that data first. Obviously, there could be a bust-out opportunity from Seiya, but you're playing Ryu. You have these Hashokekis. Part of your game plan is to go in the burnout scenarios and then play around that. Really, you don't even see like Hashokeki baits from that much. Like there's some things that he hasn't really acclimated to this sort of Ryu. And I agree. And I think that if he played Akuma, I know that sounds grazing also, that he would have maybe more attention to detail with the character, maybe more of the things that he would like to do in terms of like his natural habits. But either way, Macho says, I lost so many games I had to win. I'm really sorry for it, but this loss will make me stronger. I'd like to get revenge next season. And I really hope he returns. Despite his scoring right now in this season, I really think that he could be a better player the next season if he pulls up. The better mindset and a better ideation on how to play Street Fighter 6, as you mentioned.
Nemo already sounds like he's in good spirits. A little bit of a smile to him as well. You know what? I'm happy for him, big dog. Whatever makes you, you know, whatever gives you the confidence going into like the next couple of events, more power to you. All jokes aside, though, I think Nemo, phenomenal player still. I think personally, if I'm really being honest, it's just he's had such a busy schedule. I mean, he's like a new dad, juggling different pro tours, traveling so much. Like he's got a lot on his plate right now. So it's really hard to facilitate yourself as the leader of a group when you're just so busy. And I'm sure he's talking to a lot of his teammates right now, obviously. So I'm sure he's got a lot to really kind of give back to towards his teammates verbally.
He did say it was a difficult season. Was trying to get better every episode. They couldn't win the anchor game, and that was the key point. And even to the credit of him, like he's rotating multiple characters that are, I think, hard to keep up at all points. Everyone else is kind of exceeding and excelling, and you're trying to rotate Blanca, Bison, maybe even JP every so often. But then like kind of pushing to the wayside, so you're not even using that character. That's time. I wouldn't say it's wasted, but utilized. It's hard to have all that and then be a new dad and then be in tours of other games. So hopefully next season he's able to maybe give that positioning over of captain to somebody else if he's going to be busy. Maybe he didn't even know he's going to be that busy. Honestly, how can you know in full? But he does thank the fans for the cheers. We unfortunately lost, but Kobion has a ticket to Capcom Cup, so we'll train him for this point on, and we'll make our team even more powerful for next season. I like that. Still a squad, even in the face of defeat, even though not out of the league, we'll still be helping out their fellow cat to go over to Capcom Cup and be ready for that.
Yeah, but we have concluded our very first matchup here for week number 10, Division S. Getting closer and closer to rounding out and closing this chapter of the book for Street Fighter League Japan. Saishunkan Kumamoto had the opportunity to really turn it upside down and get the big 40 bomber against Nagoya NTPOJA. It didn't turn out that way, as KB had slain the big giant. Kobion 3-0. Seiya coming through for the extra match, slaying down another Soul member, Ryu, falling short from the side of Machibo, 0-2. But it does lead us up into our next matchup. Good 8 squad going up against Victrix, Fabu Gaming. Now, although Nagoya and NTPOJA had scored 30 points for themselves, they are tied with Good 8 squad currently. But if Good 8 squad manages to score any sort of points, they retain their first place lead going into the playoffs. But, of course, as we lead into it, it wouldn't be possible without the help of a lot of our sponsors. Galeria being one of them, a pivotal sponsor for Street Fighter League Japan this season, being a huge part also of a lot of the esports scenes out there within the realm of Tokyo, and more often than not, I feel like within the realm of Japan in general. So if you guys ever have the chance to check them out over in Japan, if you have that opportunity, be sure to do so.
Shouts out to Suzuki, being an official partner for Capcom Esports. They've been doing the most for us in the league, and also you've been seeing them at multiple Capcom events or even Evo and the likes with their beautiful bike, the jury bike that's been out there. You've been taking pictures with that. I need to do that. And again, Suzuki, if they continue this partnership, well, I'd like to see even more characters. I'm sure the bikes they would have be even cooler with the Akuma, maybe the Sagat. Either way, thank you so much, Suzuki, for coming through and supporting the league and all the esports out here for Capcom related stuff. It's great to see that we have that support from players or things, I'm sorry, outside of the FGC that are not just the typical FGC esport things that you would expect. But this is not typical. I did not expect this. Pugera gets his own stick alongside a few other players that are enjoying the Punk Workshop sticks right there. This is a sick design. I like the coloring on this one, but I do like the gold one that Goichi has, if I'm not mistaken. That will be coming up real soon here. But I like the combination that's happening with the players in Punk Workshop to support the players and also to get more of these beautiful sticks out there in the wilds.
Yeah, I think you just see like a huge difference. Damn, Goichi went for the gold plate, huh? Real slick. And I like it too because like the button sizes are different, the placements of extra buttons are different. It's very, very specific towards the player and how they preference some of their button choices, and also for specific games. And I can see why Goichi has that extra button right above that slot on the top right. But I don't even know what these are. These are kind of sick. Is it like exclusive artwork coming in from like, there's like classic designs on here too. You see like the Suzaku Castle coming in from like Ryu's side. I can't tell where Chun-Li's currently standing, but these are medicine books? Interesting. That's kind of wild. What an interesting concept. But either way, match number 2 is going to be underway. Good 8 squad versus Victrix Fabu Gaming. It's happening right after this break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more of these games.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
さあ、やりましょうか。いい？これでおやすみなさい。え？そうね。さてと、さっさと片付けましょう。
United Kingdom.
人使い荒いわ。
Here comes a new challenger. Viper wins.
速やかに消します。
大カプコン展、ついに東京で開催。世界を魅了し続けるカプコン、ゲーム作りの裏側に迫る貴重な展覧会。新たなグッズも登場。詳しくは公式サイトで。
大人を頼れ、俺たちを。
頼れ、高木くん大丈夫だ。
ここからもうワンタッチでゲージもたまりそう。中断。
仕方ない。仕方ない。
延長戦へ。
いや、申し訳ないですわ。
いや、
申し訳ない、申し訳ないです。大丈夫。うちで一番強いキャラ使ってるウリョが勝つから。
最強のウリョさんが。
うん。
俺バイパーで行くよ、絶対。
投げていく。速い展開を作っていくのは右手側ウリョのバイパー。
チャラチャラやってこんなん。
全然安いですよ。
前にスキルで暴れていった。
はい、打ちなきゃいいよ。
かわいい。
ナイス、それ。
うん、素晴らしい。
CA になるか。微妙なタルか。ああいうチーから暴れていった。よっしゃー。よっしゃー。
よー高木くん大丈夫やからな。大丈夫やから。
いや、まだ大丈夫ですよ。
おっしゃ、勝ったぜ。
遊ぼうぜ。
遊ぼうぞ、最後まで。
ああ。
まだ遊べる。エレナ戦は垂直なんよ。
からオーディ課長だが一発当てている。
おいしいおいしい。ナイス、いい垂直。
使える選択でしたね。
はい、いいよ。
どんもあり、上端垂直前上バック
かなり機能してるよ。
EA のルートを目指す。
そうですね。うわー、またもや垂直。
これリーズ
マジか。すごいって。5世紀なんでもいったんじゃないか。
そうか、しゃがみなかったから。
影の前にまたもやホムラがストックされる。
マジで。えらい。
垂直注意ね。
どうだ。
はい。止め止め止め。
うわ、足りるか。
嘘でしょ、嘘でしょ。
おいしい。おいしい。
Good 8 squad versus Victrix Flavor Gaming. That's the next match. It's a lot on the line right now. Let me remind y'all what's going down. My name is St. Cole. I'm with Fishes. In terms of what's happening with the points, Good 8 squad, when they qualify, they just need one more win to really get themselves in that first place position. Victrix Flavor Gaming needs at least 30 points to a chance to qualify. It also depends on what happens with Crazy Raccoon and CAG Osaka. You can see the scoreboard right now. You can see the spread of points that need to occur for Victrix Flavor Gaming. It's a very tall order, very tall ask to be able to even 30 bomb or at least 40 bomb the likes of Good 8 Squad, the biggest cats in the business.
Yeah, there's a lot of contention for that final third spot to get into the playoffs, right? I know the commentators, both Frida and Hameko, are kind of talking about it, right? Good 8 Squad in a very, very favorable position no matter what, but it's really up to Victrix Flavor Gaming to set the tone. The best that they can do, obviously, is the 40 bomber to get 210 points, and obviously you see how that changes things up against Crazy Raccoon. But even like 200 points would be just fine. Getting a standard W would be just fine for Victrix Flavor Gaming. It's really up to Crazy Raccoon and how they operate going forward against CAG Osaka. But things can go by the wayside. There is a possibility for CAG Osaka to get a full-on 40 bomb against Crazy Raccoon, and that's the scariest thought. We'll see if that comes to fruition today. However, going into it, Good 8 Squad starting things off. The #1 team with the #1 rookie, in my opinion, Sahara, the Fearless. And we saw his custom Punk Workshop stick. Now we get to see him in full force with said stick. It's the Cosmic Buster, Pugera. And now, of course, the Singularity. We got Kawanu with that smothering Akuma. And of course, you already know him, the honest hero. It is Gachikun coming in with that Rashid. I am kind of curious to see what the order is going to be like, considering they are on the away side. I would definitely expect Sahara to be in the mix, and I wouldn't be surprised if he is in that anchor spot. And he got a hair change. All right, he got a little bit of a different color. He got the bob going on. All right, I like that.
I also like Pugera. I guess, in meditation, get ready for Victrix Flavor Gaming. They possibly have to fight a lot of mice, or maybe Sea Vipers. We'll have to see. This team has had some good moments and a lot of really bad moments. Unfortunately, the league has been so difficult to deal with in terms of who comes up, but they're still in the running, depending on what happens here and other things. Destiny still within their hands. Don't they land out here, they may be seeing themselves at the playoffs. Let's get a deeper look at Victrix Flavor Gaming. Victrix Flavor Gaming starting it off with, of course, cold hard match, calculative. Ryukichi on the mind, no longer the kid. After that, it's going to be Hero of Sunrise. It's Mochi coming through the clutch with the Chun-Li. More than likely. Maybe a little bit of Mai on the side, but we definitely know he's about those legs. After that, it's going to be the Gravemaker. He digs the graves for you. It's Fujimura. Let's see if he pulls out that Sea Viper, and if that's even more solid than what it was last time. Last but definitely not least, going to be the strongest spear, leading the pack, leading the charge. It's Sakuroko, still in business, and still a very powerful opponent for anyone to face with the Elena and the Aki. A squad that you might think, when you look at the characters, the pedigree you see, would be dominating, but isn't doing so just yet. We'll have to do so today.
I gotta show off my swag as well. I gotta throw up the Victrix. You know what I'm saying? You know, like I
like that.
I saw Sakuroko do it. I didn't want to be left out. That's all.
Fair game, fair game. Let's get our order.
Yeah.
The away side.
We are gonna get that settled in real quick, right? Good 8 Squad being on the away side. Not too much to worry about from their side. And this is the establishment. Kawanu with the Akuma first. Gachikun with the Rashid second. And Sahara, as we had mentioned it, as we expected, really. The Ed coming through as the anchor. Like, doesn't really take a rocket scientist. Sahara's been doing a fantastic job. Why not continuously put him on anchor?
Yep. Qualified for Capcom Cup. Already fantastic out here in the league. One of the rookies of the year that you mentioned. I'll put him up there too as well in my top 2. I like Gachikun also coming up, second position. And Kawanu, you can also switch him out in anchor position, but I do like Sahara there. He's been the most consistent player. Pugera in the back, MVP with the Sagat. So I'm practicing that on his stream after watching Blaz being bolden out there in the US. So I like this overall. Even the matchups aren't always going to be that good for them. They've proven that it doesn't always matter for them. Fujimura comes up first. I expected this, and so I think Mochi will come up after that to fight the Rashid with his Chun-Li. Ryukichi, because he's the most dominant player on his team for the anchor position, and then if need be, Sako on the Elena. That's how I'm seeing things possibly, but Fujimura to start things off, not a bad pick. And now with the mind not to see Viper.
I was really hoping for the Sea Viper, but I mean, every single point matters going forward for Victrix Funful Gaming, and I get it. 30 points for the side of Fujimura. He's had all of his W's with Mai thus far out of the 5 times he did attempt it, so understandably so. Had to face off against Seiya. He had a Blanca to face off against as well, and a Sagat. I'd imagine that's also it has to be Bonchan, right? But like, what other Sagats would be available in Division S?
That's it.
Actually, maybe. Actually, it could have been Pugera earlier on. It might have been Pugera, so I might be tripping.
Look that up. Right now, so far as you mentioned, Fujimura not doing too bad. You know, I don't think considering when he's on the mind, the Sea Viper obviously giving him a little bit of issue. Maybe news with the character could be the problem. In fact, I think his losing streak started when he started playing the Sea Viper. Again, new with the character just released. Harder for him to acclimate to what she should be doing. Go back to the Mai. I do like this pick. But if there's going to be a character that can fight Mai, I think Akuma's just fine. Fireball to fireball, he does better. His dive kick approach is really good too as well. I feel like his normals can definitely contest to hers in the neutral overall. And we've seen Akuma players be able to fight this matchup just fine. And someone like Kawanu, who's very labbed out in scenarios and situations, like the perfect pair, get like 4 fierce or stand light kick right after, like a fan tries to land and get the reward from that. I feel like he'll be just fine this matchup overall on paper.
I mean, we'll see how that plays out. I think I really enjoy the speed that Kawanu kind of plays at. He's very intimidating with the space he occupies a good majority of the time, right? If there's a wave to prevent Mai from throwing fans or winning half the battle, it sounds very similar as to like Guile's game plan, but I do like the opportunities that Akuma can present for himself with his walk speed, the reach of his limbs as well against Mai. So I'm more inclined to believe that Akuma can have the better of this matchup in, like, I want to say like overall, long-term towards the meta. But there is an opportunity, obviously, for Mai to get like a ton of mix-ups on Akuma, and obviously we've talked about him being the glass cannon that he is. He is susceptible to this big damage, these big damage scenarios that do quite often occur with a character like Mai. Right?
Kosa says we only need 10 points to confirm the first place, right? So, team, let's go for 40 points. Perfect game, shall we? I like that he's not satisfied with just winning and getting 10 points and walking away like that. He wants a 40 bomber. That is a mark of a champion. It's surprising to not see him if he was expecting, I don't know if he was, Fujimura, to go with the Luke, because last time he did run the Luke against a Mai player and thought that was kind of the way to go. Maybe it's okay with the Akuma also.
Really trying to test himself right now. See if the Akuma pick is going to be more than enough. Yeah, there was an attempt at trying to catch the Animate Flame from the side of Fujimura. A little bit too slow to the button. Kawanu taking full advantage of that, but now the perfect parry coming in. This is going to be a lot of opportunity for Mai having that enhancement, having that upgrade, but we'll see. Kawanu just about to burn himself out. If he has to force that block, yeah, he blends himself in his own volition, trying to sneak in an ODP against Fujimura. But funny enough, yeah, it wasn't going to be like a giant punish counter for the side of Fujimura, but he still manages to secure the first round.
How about that bar? Can't be lacking in that regard. Knocked down, blocks out the low right after. Like him not getting anti-shimmied right there. Parries the fireball, trying to hold the ground, keep the bomb. This time it's Kawanu, more in the green. No more to work with. Could OD fireball, drive versus medium if he wants to. Just go for the DRC off the low. Now the OD spin from Fujimura. Careful you drive gauge though. Entire still able to get that DP off. Perfectly done. Oh no.
Oh no way, that hits? Yeah, punish counter. I think that was a cross jab coming in from the side of Fujimura. Although it's critical art. There's still a lot of work to be done still. Kawanu. He gets the back throw. That's it. That's over and done with. Kawanu. The one thing that I feel like would have caused the instant W for Fujimura was the back throw, and he wasn't even ready for it. Maybe it was one of those, like, you know that I know that you know type of situations. You wouldn't go for it still, would you?
There's no way you would. Not on me, right? He did.
He did it.
One gives it up. The standby kick. Beautifully done. The buffer right behind it, hitting with the heavy Kitatsu. Plus frames in order to get the throw. The charge up fireball right after. Go band for band with these fireballs, I'm telling you. Low in the drive gauge, though. It's almost depleted. One OD. Sends the rest of his bar right out. Has him over the corner. Drive rush jab to start things off. The knockdown. Second band. Try to get that jump in. What a reversal jab. Well, may not even matter. Kagero no Mai. 2-4 out. The punish incoming from Kawanu. Gotta keep it close.
I like going right into the level 2, forcing the burnout. 1 bar for the side of Fujimura's name. He can't take as much chip. And the drive rush securing the checkmate off of the jump. Nice work. And Fujimura, I think, would have been pretty much shipped out had he had not gone for that option. I don't think there was any sort of escape option he could have taken at that point.
One unfortunate level 1 not reaching where he needed to. Carry in between the string. He's going to go for that 6-framer. Back throw. 4 fears. So it wasn't meaty enough because he played a button right after. Meaty overhead, though, that one is. What a walk up. And the sweep, too, as well, the Tatsu.
Oh, give me that DP. The control that Kawanu has thus far is putting in that work against Fujimura in critical territory. Now is Fujimura. How do you create the space from Kawanu, but more importantly, how do you create the opening? No, the drive rush gets warded out. The drive impact does get parried, though.
Clutch, perfect parry. Or at the bottom, level 2. The fans come out. A little bit ambiguous of what you're gonna do in terms of like offense. Staggers, finds a stand, fears that DI. The lockout, one more touch. The cross cut DP. Way to commit to the bit, bro. Commit to your button. Oh no.
Another costly error. Fujimura giving up that round. Does get the level 1 install. I couldn't tell you what that was from the side of Kawanu. ODDP. Just completely whip it. A big rebuttal from Fujimura. That was Kawanu's round to give away, sure, I'll admit that, but what a way to give it away, though.
Yeah, we're turn the Mac right now. Fujimura going for another overhead. The parry is there this time. Plus defense with this character is like one of the best. I feel like him and Bonchan are top tier out here, but as I say that, trying to go for the adamant flame, gets interrupted with the level 2. Push towards the corner, killing the drive gauge as well. Target combo, committed to it. Punish now. Kagero no Mai. Fan, yeah. Get the anti-air just to bait that out. The jump in. And the stand fierce finds what it needs to in the corner. Fujimura will get a lot better that one. Okay, okay.
Now's the time to go into the Luke, but Kawanu says no, it's gonna be the Akuma right back into it.
All right, final game. Ride or die with the Goki.
Out of there, pays the toll. Obviously, Fujimura really looking for like an escape option, right? Just gotta reset the pace against Kawanu. With that much more room to work with, he'll gladly take a DP if it could lead to that much more success.
Nobody wants to be up at the corner against Akuma. But same with Mai. Dash up pressure is so good. The perfect, very great call up. Could have been a throw. It will switch positions now. The whip punish. Forward fear, stopping and stuffing the drive rush. Get the target combo, the DP. Kagero no Mai comes through. The low right after caught him standing. That was perfectly done. Didn't go for the throw, didn't go for a forward fierce in the turn. Hits the low. Set point Kawanu. Fujimura get knocked off the feet. Round start. Bar building up at the bottom too as well.
Got 2 bars to his name as well. You could force Fujimura. If he drops the ball on offense, okay, well, that's just something that Kawanu was willing to do. Just steal the turns back from Fujimura. I was about to say, you could force the burnout here. If Fujimura isn't careful about it, he could lose it all. It might just be enough. You dump out the rest of the drive gauge, no, it's going to be level 3 regardless. So, I think he forces the burnout here. I think he forces an OD fireball, and he forces the chip. But he could level 2. That's right. Fujimura does have level 2 on deck.
Just in case.
He could have dumped out the rest of the drive gauge, actually.
he could have killed.
100% could have killed.
Perfect parry, the DI. Oh, back at him though. Back throw. Oh, it's definitely doable. Back in the green with the fans. He burns himself out. Oh, it takes one ODDP. What do you
What
mean?
is
You burnt
happening,
yourself
man?
out? Oh, brother.
What are these guys
What's that?
doing right now?
ものの川野がしっかりと勝ち切る形となりました。
いや、OD 気象流エンジン何か見せて
I don't know what to call it with these matches right now. It is looking a little rusty. A little rusty.
多分 OD シュミバチも当たったんだけど、難しかった。
Smidge.
パンチが100機捉えて
A little bit. Even in the pre-interview, Fujimura said, I'm playing mine because Rikichi told me to. I was going to play Viper, but he told me Viper was going to win against Good 8 Squad. He said, I was thinking my team was going to, they were thinking I was going to win, so I'm going to do my best. But man, with the mistakes that were coming through from both sides, but more importantly, Fujimura, especially at the very end, what was the decision making to burn yourself out like that? I don't.
I couldn't tell you.
I don't know, man.
I definitely couldn't tell you. Like, this is the final moment. He could have dumped out the rest of his drive gauge. He was well within his rights to do it. No, Fujimura was already burnt out too. Like that's I don't know. That was tough to look at. That was really tough to look at. It's like I can't hate on it because it's Fujimura.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's like Kawanu gave you an extra chance.
He's the stress of trying to get these points. I'm not sure, but that's one game down. Good 8 Squad with 10 on their belt. I would assume Mochi comes up for this matchup. But even then, even though the matchup isn't so good for Rashid, Gachikun's so well labbed out that it may not even matter. And it is going to be Mochi with the Chun-Li.
Perhaps. It really depends on how, I want to say, like, I want to take a look at the matchups beforehand before I even like make the prediction here. Victrix, Favu, Gaming, Good 8 Squad, week number 5, October 7th. Yeah, I mean, Mochi faced off against Sahara. I felt like it was a battle of egos more so for Mochi in a good way. I think Mochi has gotten a lot more confidence this season this time around. He does have 30 points to his name, but one of the biggest things that you can kind of identify, you see on the left, Gachikun getting the big W over Seiya, right? He's got the matchup knowledge in check. On the other hand, Mochi, how many Rashids has he played off against? Absolutely none thus far. So it could play to his benefit a little bit more, right? It could be like Gachikun might be a little bit used to Seiya's style, but Mochi, we've seen how aggressive he can be. So we'll see if whether or not Gachikun's steady defense, right, something we hail him for time after time at every single premiere, if that will hold up in court against someone like Mochi.
Mochi's more willing to like spin drive gauge like OD Fireball, like even like throw the fireballs just in general more than Seiya. I feel like he's about that. As you mentioned, more active, more aggressive. So I think he'll go for more Hazan-chus. And we know that Gachikun likes to poke with fireballs more often than most Rashid players. Like that's like a baseline game plan, but for him, that's like a really big part of his structured game plan to start the footsies off because Rashid doesn't have the best footsies in the business. He's got to go green to really make his normals a lot better in a lot of matchups, especially ones where he's outranged like this one, or like DJ, for example. Like for Chun-Li, it's Stand Fierce that keeps him out, Hazan-chu, crouching medium kick. You know, even her floaty jumping can be problematic still because if you commit to like a level 2 fireball, she's still going to be able to get in. So I feel like this is a good pick on paper, but again, Gachikun has played so many Chun-Li players that it's either going to be a blessing that he knows the matchup at a baseline, or it's going to be a curse that he doesn't know how to fight, or isn't ready for the type that Mochi is going to bring.
Yeah, definitely similar to what we were prefacing it with earlier, but we'll see how it plays out. Gachikun, the honest hero with that Rashid, Mochi with the Chun-Li. We'll see if we can get to those moments where Gachikun is forced to retreat, whether or not Mochi is gonna like bring that type of neutral, whether he's gonna be able to contest against the normals that Gachikun, that Rashid, I should say, may not have to occupy certain spaces, or at least to prevent Chun-Li from moving forward. It all really depends on how active Gachikun can be on defense in comparison to Mochi's somewhat smothering style.
Oh, that's good. Such a good point. The fact that like, he's so defensively sound that Mochi being so aggressive, it's going to be like a clash of styles. Mochi says it's a personal thing. Today's my last day of being in my 20s, so I'll win against a person I don't like on my last day of my 20s. He says personal. no longer about the battles, no about the league. It's about you and me, Gachikun. Hazachi tried to cut through, wasn't able to do so. It wasn't a punish counter, so no combo.
If you end up losing the set today, you might as well consider yourself Unk.
Ooh.
That's just how it goes.
That right after, huh? Man.
Oh, that could have been a whiff punish too. Mochi is definitely trying to snipe out some of these life, but now being a little bit too proactive. We talked about Gachikun being a little bit more steady on defense, a little bit more active on defense, throwing everything at Mochi a bunch of times over, even squeezing in some of these fireballs from closer ranges. Mochi's been caught off guard by a handful of different counter hits. It was only a matter of time for one of these counter hits to really amount to something for a round ender. And that was definitely what was in store for Gachikun.
Gachikun very comfortable right now, throwing the fireballs before immediate punches. Air legs again, caught the throw towards the corner with a 10-show kick. Sakurai, so surprised he's still there with the Oki, but in between the stream, Gachikun's able to press and get his turn going. Very active with the buttons right now. Not something you typically see in this matchup. It's on the side of Rashid. Back throw, switch it up. Level 2 coming through. Kick push goes. No, we drive rush up. Hits the stamina, be staggered in the fight and opening. Could have killed. He's close to it. Oh, there's that. Either way, still comes for us all. Final destination. Gachikun first game with the quickness.
Yeah, the pace is just too much for Mochi right now. It's the first time we've actually seen him like convincingly trapped in that corner. In all the games that he's played, he's always found sturdy defense. He's always found like a way out and also utilized that wall jump that Chun-Li does have. It's the first time we've ever really seen him locked down.
Oh. Yeah, walks back. Would have loved to get a punish counter, but that's fine though. Proper space to play at for a lot of things. It's a throw. Punish counter, yeah, get that speed even easier this season. Yo, Gachikun is active, the trade. Still, okay, with him with butts. Drive rush, we block it out, even better we help parry. Nice stuff from OK.
Round 2.
Starting to see that rebuttal. Okay, how do you secure the game for yourself? At least to tie it up against Gachikun. We'll find out though. Gachikun's the one with the corner advantage right now. We saw an attempt at trying to catch the walk back. Gachikun was way out of the way already.
Ooh, it's coming through. Again, off the crouch, gonna kick the head. Tantalizing at that range, so I'm gonna do it. Just get punished.
Gachikun has tailored his game plan around Mochi so well thus far, right? Already commanding a pretty decent life lead. Mochi, how do you smother? How do you bring Gachikun to the corner with your pressure? He's throwing out a ton of fireballs. You do get a spacing trap as well, but you cannot even get your mix started. Gachikun is willing to spend.
Set point Gachikun with all the bar at the bottom to work with. Walk up after the driver's jab. This time not going for the medium. Would have been too far out. Now pops off the level 2. Dang! Oh my god! He has hit his head like the back of his eyelids. Finding conversions off the stand medium.
It's enhanced, right? So
that's true, but damn, the fact that it hit though.
It's wild, yeah.
Middle buttons for the jab, but his game to win right now. Sparbles are so dangerous, don't block up, didn't get the conversion off the crouch, gonna kick, will still get the kill. Mochi securing that corner pressure like we know that he can.
he changed up his pace a lot. Even while in the corner, Gachikun was waiting for like Mochi to advance. And although you don't really have any space to like force the whiff, Mochi was adamant about playing the space control game, and I really enjoyed that pace.
TK, OEPP, right back at him though on the wake up. Oh, what a timed up backdash.
Oh, my counter, you saw some sort of a reversal for the side of Mochi. Oh, that actually clipped towards the end. That crouching heavy punch is mad far and also super active, but doesn't even matter. Mochi whipping in front of Gachikun like that. This is kind of tough.
The walk backs and dash backs. Lands it. Puts himself in the corner with the eagle spike. 4 medium punches doing wonders as a counter poke. As a you can't leave the corner two without me getting a little bit of Oki. That's not you not the charge up, denying that from having enhancement for a follow-up. Yo, what is this combo? The setup, the jump heavy kick, that's gonna be it. Gachikun. Talking about defense is aggressive. Is something ridiculous. This man is a lab rat and an absolute demon when it comes to fighting in the streets. I can't believe that was a combo.
Yeah. Gachikun's definitely shown that off before, I feel like, but that's Rashid's got so many options, man. Like it's one thing to know how to play that character, it's another thing to like optimize the hell out of it. I feel like Rashid is the closest thing to playing jazz. Like there are so many ways to play it, and there's never like a necessarily like a correct way. But if you can flow with it and it sounds good, then you're just fine.
Even that mid-screen was a decent amount of damage, which isn't really typical of this character. And the fact that he was so ready with the 4 medium punch as like anti you're leaving the corner tool, or like against like swift thrusts or like the jabs and things like that, and converting damn near every single time. Just Gachikun so locked in, and the micro step walks back, you know, things like that. His defense is great, but his offense still, and the willingness to be able to make the most out of every opportunity is also insane. So 20 points so far. Sahara sitting right there looking to close things out. It's got to be Ryukichi, right? I feel like it has to be Ryukichi.
And then Pugera at the helm with Sagat. I wouldn't mind showing off the Elena as Sakunoko. Yeah, I could see Ryukichi coming up to bat.
Gotta be.
Yeah, the mine's coming out for Ryukichi. It just makes a lot of sense. So what's on the line here right now? Well, we've already established Good 8 Squad getting their first place seeding, so they're going to be in the grand finals of the playoffs. They're going to be just waiting, at least for Division S, right, specifically. Victrix Favu Gaming still has a pretty decent competitive shot if they could score the final 30, right? If the tiebreaker comes in, if Ryukichi comes out with a W against Sahara, and then Sakunoko cleans up, there is a possibility for getting into third. Then it relies on the fate between Crazy Raccoon and CAG Osaka.
Ooh. Destiny in their hands, and you put up your best person right now, who's gotten 80 points in total for their team so far, to fight up against Sahara, which has been probably the best person on Good 8 Squad side, in and outside of League, to be honest. He has been nothing short of amazing with that Ed. I feel like he's just been so dominant whenever he plays. He's been entering the World Warriors and still doing well, despite the fact that he's already qualified, so he's hungry to play. For Ryukichi's side of thing, though, I do like the fact that he has gotten acclimated to some of the players that we've seen haven't, and he has definitely made that character his own. And he's been a little bit more active and aggressive than other My players, but not in the way of Fan and Drive Rush up so easily sniffed out. You know, I feel like he varies it up quite a bit. He's been able to convert into some pretty decent damage. We saw last time, I think he won against Kobeon. But Sahara's so different. Let me see if he's fought any Eds thus far. I don't think so, but let me make sure. I don't think he fought any Eds.
ここ勝って延長戦につなげてプレイオフの目を残してマッチ3を
No
We're
Eds
talking
thus
about
far.
Ryukichi, right? Yeah, I
Yeah,
think they've shown off that
Ryukichi.
graphic. There aren't, I want to say, in this division, there aren't a lot of Eds. I think it's mostly just Sahara. Like, even Crazy Raccoon side doesn't have one. Looking at CAG Osaka's current roster, they don't have one. Yeah, I think Sahara's the lone Ed player in Division S, but in Division F, there are a ton. There are so many Ed players to possibly think about. You have Adley, you have Fujimura, not Fujimura, sorry, you have Fudo, you have Lashar, obviously, Momochi as well. So, yeah, there are a ton of Eds in Division F. But for what they have going on their side of the field, I think we have all the Mize, right?
Yeah, that's true. The majority of them, half of them were in this, well, not half, but a lot of them were in this team right here. You can see one of the standout ones so far. But I mean, that does lead you to, I can go to the other division and practice with those Eds. So at least you can get practice there. It's not a tournament time, but now it's tournament time. He's trying to survive for his team. ODPP against the ban. The fireball right after, trying to cover the approach to the space with the flicker as well.
Oh, stopping up the drive rush. Trying to check for like any sort of normal after that neutral jump. Ryukichi. Keeping it rather close. The big snipe out on the leg. Sahara moving his way in. What a backdash. Getting him out to squat though.
Oh, so committed. Kagero no Mai. The fan future up will be a DP, so he's forced to backdash a little bit. Try to hold parry, get the bar back up. Perfect parry. He'll take this throw. Can't take too much more though. The defense, a perfect parry. No opening here for Ryukichi just yet. Oh, another perfect parry! Again, try for scab. Put the throw on the shimmy attempt though. Okay, you survive and he does! Try for a scab after the perfect parry. How many times did he turn blue? The timing, the spacing, the awareness to the overextend right after too.
I didn't realize, oh my god, actually. Just clearing that uppercut off of the jumping from Ryukichi. I was about to say, I didn't realize like Sahara's title. I think it's a good 8 squad specific title.
Oh. Treason. It's crazy. It's a blitz. Level 1 against that. Kind of a win. They don't have any bars in their name right now, so up in the corner, you get him there. We DI, double dash up, back throw here from Ryukichi to put him in the corner.
Sahara can make it happen, by the way. Plus frames, back throw. Gets the drive gauge back as well, forcing the plus frames in again. Ryukichi has to tread a little bit softly. Sahara can land a single hit. The defense! No way that was it! Another forward throw. No way. Flicker. Bring him back in. Watching out for the back dash. Oh my god! This guy is sick! Walk up past the fans. Delay OD uppercut for the comeback. Nah, son. Sahara's built different. No way, dude.
Turn the player cam back on. I wish I would have seen his face during that. What possessed?
No
You will not
way,
see the gates of God
man.
for that. Absolutely.
This guy is insane. Nah, it's cooked. Sahara wins. It's cooked. Good 8 squad. Give him the W now. It's over. Nah, the rap battle is finished. There's no way of coming back from that. That's, oh my lord. Rookie of the year.
Damn.
Player of the year. Aura of the year. He's got it all.
He's farming right now. He's just farming. He'll take that trade to the bank. Oh, the low. It's a spark though. Ryukichi not gonna take this laying down.
No, he's laying down. It's done. It's over. It's cooked.
They're throwing the towel in his face like, hey man, get him out of here.
No. He's cooked. He's cooked.
Brother.
Oh, Lori. Sahara at this point is just asking how you like your how your steaks cooked, honestly. He might go for the well done. He might just cook them up well done.
Bro, so well done. Congratulations. I mean, at this point, Sahara has been so dominant in the neutral. Like, what? Man. Even the perfect parries, like how he's challenging the fans, like they're barely hitting. Okay, well, that a little mistake right now. Okay. Feeling himself a little bit too much, but still, he's got that level 2. He's got all the drive gauge to give. Sleepy time just yet. So able to get the anti-air off. Word.
Okay, we found a rebuttal. Ryukichi still has a pulse in him, right? We're not sending them off to the morgue just yet. We're gonna get the full diagnosis. Ryukichi hanging on for life.
I mean, he's still in hospice. We'll see what happens. Medium able to find an opening, level 3 immediately, kill the drive gauge, get a big old lead going. But Ed players love to achieve. They can go with the flicker to form close. For the opportunities are definitely great for the likes of Ed. But shooting gets that back throw. Baited. El Perry, full bar to work with right now. But not gonna go for the combo. Again, poor farming. A little too much.
Back dashes everything for Ryukichi, but he's got no bar to really make it hurt, right? Like, although it's a punish counter, Sahara still feels like he's in slight control. He does have a cancel available to him for the drive rush. He does have a single bar of super. The counter hits coming in as well. Ryukichi not standing down. Oh, and Sahara, critical error, actually, trying to jump out of the way from the fan. Ryukichi tying it up, rather impressive. That actually looked like a dire situation for him as well. He had no drive gauge after he was in burnout. He did have like a install with Kaguru no Mai. He had the life deficit, but still the fans were just such a tide turner in that sequence. In that exact situation between the two.
Okay, Ryukichi's still alive. I do like him jabbing in between some of these strings and understanding, like, hey, I can't just do this because I will get into burnout faster. I'll lose my drive gauge up because he's just continuously going for like button and a flicker and things like that. So understanding when to thread the needle, and like the backstep crouching kick to catch like the throw attempt was super sick too as well. So I like him understanding it. If I'm gonna go for like a if he's gonna go for a throw and I'm gonna go for a shimmy, let me do something like crouching medium kick after a step back and know my proper spacing. But it was still close though. It was a drop also from the side of Sahara. You know, a few times that could have led into something more significant or a kill. So not too far off that Sahara needs to adjust a few slight things, is back on track.
My brain is fried right now. Like, Sahara, he already, to me, he got the W off of that first game. Ryukichi hanging on for dear life, it became a J drama immediately. Like, after he tied it up in the second game, I was like, damn, you had something else to say? Okay, spit it out. Ryukichi, he is going through the test against Sahara. He is trying to be the one to surpass the rookie. Like, Sahara right now is so well traveled and so well practiced against like so many different characters in the meta. But Ryukichi is trying to stand out and be different. Let's see if he can succeed. Or will Sahara be the one to bury him out?
Good start here from Ryukichi. That stand medium putting in wonders. The lights, backs off the stand fierce to the fireball, interruption. Quick get the back heavy kick though. The toss it, put him right back up at the corner, Sahara. Careful your drive gauge, brother. Ooh, the parry was there. Far up.
Oh. Would you catch a slight interruption? Ryukichi trying to throw out a normal. He did get counter hit. Sahara trying to be weird. Damn, such skill? You got that much time? Back
the shape of the back throw happens. Wow. Well, close only for the strike. Still lands a two-piece, not too bad though. A poke again with the stand medium. Timing is everything right now. Ryukichi bringing it back to the break. He did not like how that went previously. we're not going to hit with ODDP to close things out like that. That's just not going to happen on this stream. Not in the first of 3. I got time to grind. Parrying the punish right after. I like that. Or really more of a counter. He tried to play a button. Hands like NyQuil. Sleepy time coming through towards the corner. Trying to tuck this man in. Really about the corner carry. Still able to land the anti-air. Stitch up heavy. Gotta say, Rikichi's been throwing out like Stan Pearson, a fan. That fan, every so often, as a secondary option or secondary play, has been interrupting some of what Sahara wants to do with his buttons. Oh, raw sweep. Just wait for the throw, though, and the hard knockdown. Tags him with a stand medium kick. This should be it, Sahara. Hands back on the wheel. Uh-oh. Game to game, round to round right now. Using OD fan to start things off. Just backstep into punish. Sahara not getting grabbed at all. Now goes into level 2. He's so ready for everything on defense.
Damn, son. I came back to some bus ass. Hold up. Ryukichi now, as soon as the feed comes back, he's starting to fight. Uh-oh. Okay, well, false alarm. Sahara does find the opening. Incoming. So I like this, right? It brings him much closer to the life. He does secure the burnout as well. Now it's his time to strike. Ryukichi, although at 0 bars, he's got to make it happen through mixes. Oh, and you gave it away! Level 2! No shot, man. Ryukichi not able to stop the jump out. He walked up at such an awkward angle too, so that Ed had a better shot of forcing an error, or at least causing an error if you're not ready for the full cross. Sahara, what is in his Gatorade right now, brother? What type of Wheaties does he have every morning? This guy is insane.
I don't know what he's doing, but I want some of that. Game point opportunity. Ryukichi's gonna give it away like Costco samples. Pull him close with a strike. Once again, the crouching medium punch. Finds an opening. Takes the turn back too far for the overhead, but you know what? Whip him right there. Getting the counter conversion. Towards the corner with the Oki on the back rise. Still there. Yeah, perfect parry. Holding parry against these fans. Walk up throw. Was it a punish counter though, luckily. No anti-air that time. Second punish. The chase in with the driver's jab. Oki.
Oh, stuffing out the neutral jump. Ryukichi thought he could get froggy, so he leaped. But it's to his impending doom. Sahara now looking at match point. Can we get the 40 bomber, and can we shut out the dreams of Victrix Fabu Gaming's run into possible playoffs, right?
With Sahara's happening. Could be on the table. The fireball's coming through now fast with it. Trying to kill some of that drive gauge. With a variance with a spark and a stand medium kick. Nothing doing just yet. A 2-piece. Fully walking Ryukichi down. Kick though, he breaks that though. Oh, what a perfect parry. And a fun choice right after to lurch forward. Get that knocked in with a kill rush. Another throw.
One more
they're
sequence.
not real, but they're sure real with the drive rush.
He walked up anyway. Sahara is that guy. He is just so ready for this matchup. After the first fan had hit, he walked up into his face regardless and got the throw. This cat is just him. He is the epitome of him. He is capital H-I-M. I am that guy for sure. Sahara is OD.
That's not Sahara anymore, bro. That's him Hara. That's him Hara. Capitalize that him too as well. The way that he had dominance in that matchup from start to finish. The fact that he ODDP'd on somebody in the first of 3, even with the pressure of getting the 40 points that you still want for your team. No matter if you're qualified or not, doesn't matter. You still want to get as max points, as many as possible, deny them, the dominance he had in terms of perfect parry continuously against the fans where it felt like Ryukishi could barely get anything going. He had to go for shimmy scenarios and things like that. Perfect parrying buttons sometimes, but more often than not, it was the fans. How he was able to delete the drive gauge too as well. Pure dominance. Pure dominance. This man is too good. Man.
This is ridiculous, man. This is so ridiculous. Yeah. Ryukishi, I would imagine maybe like a jump back medium or jump back normal in general, but he's so good at this matchup, dude. Sahara is probably one of the hardest working rookies. Actually, one of the hardest working people I've seen really step up to the plate this season. And it's not even just this season. It's this year. This guy was traveling to Blink Respawn. He's actually traveled to so many different majors this year. And I'm quite impressed. He is the epitome of an all-star, I think. He's just, I don't know. There's something coded in him that just like screams hard-working talent. Hard work plus talent, I should say.
Yeah. Because I mean, this is his, well, one of his first years. Well, last year he started competitive play. He came from a different genre into this one. But to be such a standout star against a legend, against players that have been playing double to triple the length that you've been playing at, you know, you can have all this talent, but to not work hard to refine that talent, you know, it's just going to be a waste. But not Sahara, obviously. Online, offline, and even though he's already qualified for Capcom Cup, even though his team's already qualified, he's like, you know what? I'm gonna do the most out here, just because I can. Mark of a true champion, leading the charge right there. 40-point baller. Unfortunately, Victrix 5 Gaming, 0 points to a name. But man, good A squad is just nasty. We didn't even get to see Pukera. I didn't get to see his Sagat or whatever he wanted to pick.
Yeah, I think it was Sagat, right? He was locked in with Sagat on the away side. But yeah. I would love to see Sahara perform well even further on in the World Warriors, obviously. I mean, he's making it into the playoffs. He's currently at the top of the leaderboards in Japan. He's got 70 points to his name, with Hibiki following suit with 57 points in general for World Warrior. With 2 more left in Japan, I think he might be in the clear running to qualify via those points, right? I mean, like if he hasn't already, I haven't really paid attention to how many points he has in the CPT, which I will check in just a bit, actually.
I think he already qualified.
I'm sure he's already qualified, right? Am I tripping? Okay. It's definitely that hour.
He's
so
gatekeeping.
Yeah, he's just gatekeeping for sure.
What an absolute demon of Street Fighter to already qualify and still want to play this heavy. But I feel like you got to have that sort of attention and detail and that sort of hunger to play the game to be the best. And that's why next year we're never going to see him go far in terms of like Capcom Cup. But right now for League, very well done. Standout star for his team and standout star for this division, and both divisions, honestly. We're getting the interview from Bukera though to start things off because he was on the bench. He said we were strong every year, but how about this season? I was worried about Sahara in the first episode when he lost to Shuto. We were able to end up with a perfect anchor. So again, Sahara, I feel like sometimes he may falter a little bit, but it just takes one loss for him to get going, and then that's it. And most players, you know, some players come in with their new introduction to Street Fighter League with the stress on their back, being like, oh, I can't handle this, or this is a lot. It takes them a long time to get going. Not Sahara. Not that much at all for him. Wow.
Yeah, pretty impressive overall, man. I'm thoroughly impressed with like the way this whole team has held themselves together, right? Going in from like being the champs, actually from the very first season of Street Fighter League, of them not making it that season, I was like, whoa, is this gonna be like a shaky variation or a shaky version of the game that they're not maybe used to, or anything like that? But yeah, I mean, they've acclimated themselves quite well. Being the champs of the previous season and also transitioning into this one. Yeah, I already forget that Sahara pretty much busted everybody's butts over at Ultimate Fighting Arena back in September, taking that 3-0 over Kings Vega. That was just one of those things. It's like, damn, he beat Kings Vega so convincingly. Like, I kind of already forgot. But overall, man, I'm so elated to see him still consistently play. Like, although he's gatekeeping, I think it's fine because he wants to make sure that he's prepared for everybody.
I think it's okay. You know, you don't have to fight him anyway, so beat him no matter where you see him, you know? Kawanu, he says, I'm so tired today. The Kuma and my matchup is so difficult. The amount of practice was key to success for this matchup. So I'm going to sleep right away after this. Then again, do Kuma players know that, yeah, they got 9k health, but if you get hit by Kuma, it feels like you got 9k health too. So, like, you know, in the similar way too as well, I'm sure it's difficult on their side of things. But he definitely did a lot of good work. I feel like the lab work was there for him overall. Gachikun says, I was able to play with a relaxed mind thanks to Kawanu. I'll play against Mochi a lot. I know how he plays, so it was nice to be able to win. Oh yeah, we saw that. With the shimmies and stuff, yeah, we saw that. We copped that. Mm-hmm.
で、勝ちもついでについてきて、すごい予選リーグめちゃくちゃ良かったなと思います。ありがとうございます。ちなみにこうリーグを通じてご自身で getting the final words coming in from Sahara.
There was a little bit of an interruption there from Gachikun. I wonder if there's going to be like that translation coming in from the side of like what Gachikun had to say in between. For the first half, obviously, Sahara had mentioned a little bit about both league and also like the matchup towards the beginning against Ryukichi, but he had mentioned, he said, I wasn't able to win as much in the beginning of the league, and I was thinking I was gonna die, but thanks to the team, I was able to relax. Pretty big deal, considering his record. Like, this man's talking about not doing well, not performing well, excuse me. Like, taking a look at the first set he had against Shuto, 1-3, nothing too bad. He immediately, I think he immediately bounced back, right? Yeah, they got a 40 bomber. He got a W against Eita, and then he's just been kind of sailing since. Like, Sahara got a W against Kobayan. Further against Nagoya, NTPOJA. He actually fell short to another Mai. It was KB, but he cleaned it up immediately afterwards against Mochi. Dude, yeah, I only think he's lost. I think he's only lost twice in the beginning and against one of the Mais, right? Like, outside of that, he has been smoking everybody, like, convincingly. 3-1s, 3-0s, 2-0s, etc.
I wonder if it's just like the stress that you put on yourself, that maybe you thought you lost more than you did. I'm not sure, but either way, as you mentioned, he only lost 2 games out of the 9 that he played in total, so 7 wins in total. But again, he mentions the success and thanks the team for the success in general. And obviously you can see how relaxed he was in that last match. I mean, that was absolute blowout. Absolute belt ass. So Sahara, say for his team, we're gonna go over to the losers interview, unfortunately. Ryukichi, starting off to him. You know, Victrix 12 Gaming, I am glad that they look a lot better than what they used to. Again, we mentioned this a lot. Last time they felt like they were farming for points. This time you see more cohesion with their team, the characters. Just, you're fighting a league full of a lot of players who are just super strong, and sometimes it just happens where your team just has to fight some bad matchups, or you're not ready with your character. Like Fujimura, for example, mentioned that he wanted to play Viper, but that Viper was not going to win against Good 8 Squad. He didn't win today, but the Viper would have been way worse. So things like that make it way worse on your team, and harder for you to gain points if you're putting bet into a character you can't make the magic happen.
We don't know if it would have been way worse, right? We're starting to see a trend against like Vipers against specific Shotos. In different realms, like whether it's in league, whether it's in weekly events, like we don't know if it would actually been worse for Fujimura, right? So I think Fujimura putting way more faith into Mai. Yeah, I mean, we can't say for sure it would have been worse, right? Like saying those kind of things just kind of like brings about misinformation. I think it's more so like Fujimura trusting his teammates' decision making more so than just like saying it's gonna be like worse off for him, right? I think it comes down more to like what he values from his team more so than like his individual choices.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I was doing off the interview that they said where he said, you know, the Viper isn't going to win against Good 8 Squad, but you're right in terms of whether it be a worse decision or not is more of like, is it worth it for the team? Do I trust my team, etc. But then again, Kawanu's kind of playing on the day-to-day. But I can see, you know, Shoto's kind of having a hard time with Viper, her pokes and things like that. And the anti-fireball plays we mentioned in the previous episode. Ryukichi says, the season started from August and we were thinking we were able to go to the playoffs, but Sahara was really strong and couldn't hold on to it. Again, you're just fighting like really dominant players that are inside and outside the league. It's a tough pull, and 3 teams obviously have to go to the wayside. That's just how things have to happen. But I will say that Victrix 5 game, excuse me, is better than what they've been in years. Maybe not like the entirety of Fabu Gaming's like lifespan, but definitely in like the past 3 years, I feel like this is a better run for them in general overall.
I feel like Favu had like a monster squad in the previous season. Am I misremembering that?
Last season?
I think there was a moment where they had like, I want to say Tokido on their team as well. Am I tripping? Let me double check. Let me double check previous season.
Was that last year? Oh, maybe I'm mistaken then.
Yeah, because I don't think that's correct. But, okay, so 2024. So 2024 was rough. They had Ryusei, Sako, Ryukichi, and TS, and that was like TS's debut, and Ryusei couldn't really find a way to get his W's. But yeah, 2023 was actually insane. It was like Sako, Ryusei, Tokido, and Bonchan.
Ah, okay, never mind. Pardon me on that one then.
Yeah.
Last one. First year of Street Fighter 6, they had a 6 squad, and then the one after that was the bad one. Okay. My mistake, my mistake.
Well, not, you know what I mean by
not bad.
Bad is
yeah,
like,
you know.
You gotta, I don't know. You got that.
Yeah, not bad. I should reformat that. Not as successful as this season. This season, closer to what they had in the very first year of Street Fighter. Then, yeah. Let me rephrase. I don't want to put bad on their name. They definitely tried a lot, but I feel like this squad was close to getting to where they needed to be, but League is just so difficult. And Mocha even mentions like it's a difficult season. We sorry for the fans to see the team drop out like this, but the team was a really great team. They weren't able to win much within these episodes. Our teamwork was getting better and better. Feel really bad. But I do think that their positioning for their characters was better than last season, at the very least, in terms of who they're placing where. And Sako being a more prominent point towards the end and being more dangerous as like an Elena player and having the Aki. Sure, that could have been a little bit earlier. That would have helped out, but I feel like he at least was more part of the team instead of being like, hey, I'm the coach, I'm in the background to help you guys out. You don't really have a choice of being in an extra position half the time, but I like that he did come out and somewhat hold his ground some of these moments. Wasn't all the time enough, but at least seeing him shine sometimes, get some W's. Not too bad for him.
Yeah, and he has a pretty interesting kind of like, I want to say like perspective coming into it, like utilizing both Aki and Elena. There are like a handful of different matchups and also things you can take advantage of if the opponent is not prepared for it. I think the Elena pick for Sakonoko isn't necessarily like a rough spot to be in because you've seen the type of success that Dogura has had with that character in World Warrior, right? I think Sakonoko can easily find that same type of success. It's just a matter of like whether or not he's ready for how his opponents navigate the matchup, right? I think he's a little bit more under the belt in terms of hours spent for certain matchups in comparison to Dogura would have like led him to like a different path perhaps, but I still like it. I mean, long term is what we're looking for with Sakonoko, right? Having both Aki and Elena is, I feel like, going to be much stronger for years to come.
Hoping to see Fujimura kind of stick to that Sea Viper, you know, find more success with that character now that she's been out for a little bit longer. Having more time to grind up to the next season could be beneficial, so we'll see if they return with similar players. And I kind of hope they do. I like this squad. I like it overall. I like it a little bit better than what we had last season. Cohesion is a little bit more there. You know, Fujimura was mentioning that Mocha and him came to this team, and all of us weren't sure how it worked out, but became a good team overall. Sako says we were rather different than previous seasons, and we had to start from making a good team like this, but we were really getting better every episode. Do our best to thrive in the next season. Good way to end that.
Looking forward to it, honestly. Sakonoko again with his current group. Even if he stuck it out with his current group, I think they have so much potential, right? Fujimura, maybe focusing on a Sea Viper. Who knows what he's gonna do going forward in regards to like the CPT season in terms of like character selection. Mocha looking as strong as ever. I love the way he shaped up his Chun-Li this season in particular. Ryukichi switching over to the Mai. Now this was kind of a little bit dicey. I think Ryukichi could find success with whatever character he decides to focus on. Mai definitely being like a huge part of the meta really has helped out a bunch. And then Sakonoko, I think overall his understanding of like how to break down certain matchups is really critical. So I have a lot of faith in Victrix Gaming going forward. Even with this this squad, even if they come back in the same exact squad. But obviously, we have so much to talk about in regards to everybody that's been supporting Street Fighter League Japan. Vermilo has been throwing down so many different sticks our way, actually, and it's been rather convenient. I had the luxury of being able to play with one about a few weeks ago over at Risk with Kizzy K, and I got to demonstrate this exact color scheme, this exact joystick being showcased, and I'm actually quite a fan. I love like the lever on, or the handle on top, being able to like fold over so it's not convenient in poking out, the retractable USB cable, the removable fight stick itself, being able to like hide it in a compartment in the back, and also the buttons that it comes stock with feel great.
Really? Right out the box. I like that. Also, I'm really big fan of anything that lets me keep the cord, because I'm a notorious cord loser. I'm like looking around my bag all the time. So anything that lets me have it right then and there, so I can just go and play, is perfect. See it right there. Kamiko showing it off. Looks beautiful. Okay. How easy did he take that off? Sorry, Storm. I'm sorry, bro. You know what? I would have fumbled too. I get you, bro. You see right there, being able to put it in the bag. Take the latch off. Again, these sticks had to have been made by somebody deep in the FGC to understand every nuance and every problem that we face and have issues with traveling, carrying it around, comfortability. Had to be somebody that was like, you know, I'm deeply ingrained and I've been through this. I don't want anyone else to have to go through these pains.
Yeah, Storm Kubo definitely had a lot of problems with this one, but that's on him. My man's never used the removable joystick ever in his life. But yeah, so it is retractable. There is a way, if you like tilt it a certain way after you pull, it stays locked in place, and if you pull it to the other side, it pulls the cord back in. Really convenient. I gotta find a way for the cable itself to not stick out like that. Actually, I think if there's any sort of feedback, there's got to be a way to like tuck in the cable so that it's not like just sticking out and doesn't get like damaged in transit. So I think if there's any sort of notes, it would be that. Other than that, a pretty comfortable stick, and also having the extra buttons is pretty critical.
Super sick. What's also super sick is Vispo. I'm thinking of doing a restream. If I'm not mistaken, they're doing a mirror restream right now. And it looks like something else is coming up on the 7th. Let me check production real quick to see what this is about. Oh, it's a second half review stream. Pardon me. So it's going to be a review stream on what's been going on in the second half. So it's going to be going down all the nitty gritty in terms of Street Fighter League Japan with some guests right there, Kamiko and Storm Kubo.
Well, I'm glad Storm Kubo is still on the job. That's one of the biggest things that I look forward to. Obviously, I think he does a fantastic job, both as a player and now even more so as a commentator. I would love to see him kind of get on the desk with a lot of other personalities as well. Hamiko's the same way, right? He's like a mixed bag of tricks when it comes to where he's at, whether he's like hosting, commentating, but he can do it all. I watch his stream pretty often, actually. I've accumulated a lot of streamer points on that bad boy, solely because of the fact that he plays so many different games, and his English is getting like mad strong too. So being able to get like certain conversations with Hamiko, I literally got to ask him about what his first impressions were with C Viper, and he delivered it pretty much straight on. So really love being able to see those two specifically out there to do even more commentary work in general. But also in the land of Japan, they got a brand new Red Bull in terms of the casing, in terms of their presentation, a little bit more than your standard can. Red Bull now hitting the streets of Tokyo, I think throughout the entirety of Japan. Hopefully I get to try one of those bad boys out right before Capcom Cup, or maybe even during Capcom Cup when I go to visit.
Oh, yeah. Shouts out to another sponsor, Keekly, coming through. We already seen them as a division Keekly teaming up with that team. I also see them as a sponsor out here. So thank you so much for all the sponsors that have come through for Street Fighter League to support what we have going on right here, because honestly, team-based tournaments are some of the best action you'll ever get. This action is not even close to being over. CAG Osaka going up against Crazy Raccoon, the marquee match. A lot will be determined coming up, people. I cannot wait to tell you, to show you, to experience with you what will happen in terms of who goes over the playoffs, but you'll have to wait till after this break. We will see you in a second.
再開は21時53分頃を予定しております。それでは一旦失礼いたします。
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
大カプコン展、ついに東京で開催。世界を魅了し続けるカプコン、ゲーム作りの裏側に迫る貴重な展覧会。新たなグッズも登場。詳しくは公式サイトで。
いやー、ですね、ここでリベンジしたいなと思います。
怒っていいんだぞ、怒って。
怒っていいですか？
怒っていいんだぞ。
ああ、怒りました。お願いします。
いやー、いいやつ。
しかし
トリプルアッププレイさ今。
距離があった、繋がらなかった。
中段が通って。
わあ、ノリノリだ。
いや、ちょっと待ってよ、本物やばいぞこれ。
うわ
ラッシュ中段3つ。
あれ？
怒ってる可能性がある。フェンリッチ。
これ逃げちゃまったんで相当やばい。
フェンリッチペースどうするネモ。
はい、終わった終わりました。
からゲージも10。
野ゲージ。
はい。
攻め勝ったー。
イエ
引っ込み済みの動き、KB の前。
はい、あるよ、有利だよ。
はい、ガチとしては対応できるように。確か
おお、技あり。
するので。
ジャスパー。
偉いです。
ボディ。
はい。
来た。しかもガチ君のドライブが少ない。
出た。
すごいギリギリ。
今度は KB も対応してきた。
うわー、うまい。
ナイスナイスナイス。
The final matchup to determine who secures that third place spot to get into the playoffs for Division S. It is time to determine that fate right now. Crazy Raccoon going up against CAG Osaka. You can see it on the right side what the standings currently are. Good 8 squad securing their first place position. They're going to be in the grand finals of the playoffs for this division. Nagoya NTPOJA coming by the wayside with 260. They await their fate between either Crazy Raccoon or CAG Osaka, but they will have the home advantage regardless of what the outcome is.
I cannot believe that Crazy Raccoon only needs 10 points to proceed. However, CAG Osaka has not 40 bomb. Thanks to Blue for that. Today could be that day, though. Today could be that day. Tagaki has been practicing. The other players have been prepping, preparing. We'll see if their characters are at the ready, because Crazy Raccoon has been nothing short of excellent out here in terms of switching up their characters and being solid and sturdy out in the league. In fact, let's take a look at the craziest Raccoon. A deeper dive. The judge, the jury, the executioner, Bonchan, will be justice wherever he goes with a Sagat, and sometimes the Akuma, but hopefully it's more of the king today. After that's going to be the one loved by all fighting games and hated by those who have to play him. It's Kazunoko coming to the skies with that Kami, or maybe Sea Viper, hopefully. After that, the Asura, kiss the fist. It's Shusko coming through with the Ryu nowadays, less on the Akuma and more on the power of the Hodo. Last but definitely not least, the one that made the pact with the devil, the proper devil, the wind devil, the devil strategist himself is Dogura on the Elena. Been nothing short of amazing with that character and taking her to the top spots in and outside of Street Fighter League. This team is so sick to be able to switch characters so deep in the season and still have results, but they have one more job today, as to take down CAG Osaka.
They gotta lock in all the way, right? They want to make sure they get at least 20 points going into this matchup right here. This is gonna be so significant. 10 points specifically. With CAG Osaka, they might have something to say about it. You see that man right there, Fenris? He might be able to have the strategy. Who knows? When it comes to this specific team, they have been a wild bunch. We've seen them pull out some big surprises, not only with the character selection, but also the order and also with some of the strategies implemented. Let's get reintroduced. The boy becomes a man. It's Takagi coming in with that ever impressive Blanca. And I love really saying how impressive he is, because this is his rookie season, but he's playing like a veteran. Followed by the eternal ace, Ulio. Whether he plays Viper or Jamie, it's going to be pretty ecstatic to watch. The unlimited dragon dance, Eita, making the move on over with that Akuma. Hopefully he gets to show his full potential today. And then, of course, the title that needs no explanation, because we wouldn't be able to give it to you. It's the reticent perfectionist, Fenris.
Oh boy, what a match. Every match is going to be insane right now. I don't know what Fenris is doing. Is he praying to whatever God's up there? I don't know what's going on. But I do know that, again, they need as many points as possible. In fact, they need that 40 bomb to really be standing out right here. But Crazy Raccoon has mentioned the fact that they've changed characters and still been solid. The fact that they've been still taking W's despite having characters that people don't really believe in, like this guy in the Elena, proves that they are just absolute strong opponents. Like, there's no way around it. Crazy Raccoon trying to qualify again, 10 points, all they need to their name, one match. That's it.
Pretty stacked lineup. Kazunoko making sure that it's serious business. The Kami coming up. Dogura with the Elena. Bonchan bringing back the Sagat, but he is in the anchor spot. He hasn't found that much success being in this spot throughout the season. Maybe there's something different brewing. Or maybe they wouldn't even have to rely on the anchor spot if Kazunoko or Dogura or both manage to do the job.
That's true. Though for the matchup, I would like to see Tagaki come up with the Blanca. I've been looking at the Blanca players play that matchup. So anyways, the anti-air, I think historically it's been not too bad to check and challenge what she wants to do. With back medium kick, heavy kick, we talked about it a lot. It's hard for her to enter in the entry point of the aerial space. On the ground, you know, she can run the footsies because his crouching medium punch is with punishable. Crouch fierce is punishable, even though it's a good poke tool. But either way, I feel like Tagaki would be a great start also because of his energy too as well. Fenris instead on his Blanca. He does have a Blanca, this makes sense. Okay. All right.
If it's not one Blanca, it's another. I'll tell you what. But now that I'm thinking about it, first of all, let's take a look at the current spread of points. Both currently sitting at 40 points, right? We don't necessarily have the matchup data coming in from either player, meaning they haven't faced off against each other's character. But with that in mind, I don't mind Fenris coming up first. This is so critical. He needs to get this W, and they need to move on in. They need to make sure they win every one of these matches. But going into the rest of the lineup, Dogura, Elena, I wouldn't mind putting Eita for that. Oh no, this Bonchan with Sagato. I wouldn't mind putting the Sea Viper. I was gonna put, like, if I had to, I thought about Fenris too, but I think I'd want to put Ulio there. That's hard to call.
Wait a minute. Yeah, maybe actually. Being able to work into the fireballs. Poke with crouching medium kick. Yeah, maybe. Huh. Because I thought Fenris would be at the anchor position to fight Bonchan, burn him out, and go from there. But Fenris comes up first. Tagaki could go up for maybe either Dogura or even Shuto, possibly. We'll have to see. But this is how we start off. They need as many points as possible. They cannot lose. They need their W's. Crazy Raccoon, though, can play a little bit flimsy with in terms of the players of the order, but you definitely know they won't be playing flimsy when it comes to the battle.
We'll see whether or not Fenris is able to get the momentum going against Crazy Raccoon. One of the biggest things I am looking out for. These 10 points are everything, man. Like, even if they score, yeah, I was gonna say they really can't drop a game. This is gonna be like the miracle run for CAG Osaka if they can do it.
Oh my god. That is so hard. Against Crazy Raccoon. And every player has to be picture perfect that comes up. Well, at least the 3 players that we do the 40 bomb, but still. The idea that everyone you send up from this point on has to win. The amount of weight that's on everybody's shoulders, whether you've been a long-time Street Fighter League player or not, it doesn't matter.
Hard to think about. Really hard to manage as well. I don't recall if there was ever a team in this type of situation. I can't remember exactly what had happened between previous seasons in regards to how imperative it is to score a 40 bomber. I'm sure it's happened before, but seeing it again is always full of tension.
First match. We'll see what happens. Continue their march, or we'll be stopped and stuffed here. For the likes of Kazunoko. Here we go. Oh, whip punch to start things off. Gets the crouching medium kick. Ready with it. I like that.
What an interruption against the drive rush. Kazunoko already pretty much ready on all fronts thus far. Again, the interruption. No big conversion for the side of Kazunoko. Yeah, I think he obviously didn't want to go for standing leg kick, drive rush cancel. Didn't want to force himself into burnout. He wants to make sure if he does manage to put himself in a burnout, it kills just like that. Maximum efficiency for the side of Kazunoko's meter.
Yes. Very smart stuff. Build that bar to that point, but I do like him in general stopping drive rush with stand leg kick. I understand that's such a good tool for her, have the space to do so. Overhead happens, the rock crusher. OD level 2 coming through. Fenris go towards the corner. Oh, immediate bust out.
No more lightning beast on the table. Fenris looking rather dry, right? Even if a single hit happens, can't really put himself out with more of that damage. Overhead does come out though. Finishes it off real easy off of that overhead. Fenris showing off some other routes in regards to finding that access to damage, even without the drive gauge fully intact off of a cancel. He just drive rushes forward and puts you into the blender. But Kazunoko, let's see what the rebuttal is like. Oh, this is huge for Fenris. Very close to level 2 as well.
You're gonna spin knuckle. There's the activation point. There it is, level 2. Holding her to keep the bar as much as possible. Walks back to avoid a possible throw as well. Reversal jabs. I like that. Survived that very well. We're still up in the corner. Hard to poke out right now. We've seen the whip punishes that have come from Fenris. No anti right there. OD ball from the air. Blocks this out. Of course. Hell parry. Noodle's coming through. Level 1 should get built up after this. Yes, sir. Doesn't even need it. OD up ball to follow up. Fenris, first game to stay for his team.
So many big risks being taken from the side of Kazunoko. Understandably so. It does lead to a pretty significant reward, being able to get the momentum back and also damage against Fenris, bringing him closer to death off of a single hit. No whiff punish from the side of Kazunoko, and it's kind of scary off of the double knee bombs, because if you try to whiff punish that first hit, the second one catches so many people off guard. We've seen so many counter hits around that before. How do you charge a little fella? Just raw lightning, dive kick over it. Kazunoko in trouble again. Stealing turns is Fenris, but now finding the perfect parry. This might be the start Kazunoko needs.
Cross FTP. Catch slamming frames right there. Nicely done. Spin drive smash, take him right back up in the corner. Kill some of that drive gauge. Perfect parry on the wake up. Could have been back thrown for that, or thrown. Be a back throw instead for Fenris. Toss the parry attempt though. Wise to the game plan. Stagger step throw right after. One more touch. It's gonna be a shimmy off the crouching medium kick. Kazunoko still in. Slowing it down just a little bit.
Did you get the big opener now from Fenris? Another ODDP. Kazunoko with a big head shake on that one.
Oh, raw spiral hero. DP, a lot of activity on defense here from Kazunoko. More success now. E-bomb. Let's go for the button, as you mentioned. Hard to whip punch because you worried about that second hit. Oh, the air ball. ODDP again to bust out from Kazunoko. Refusing to take pressure on defense. After he bars to his name. Both them burnout.
Taking advantage of this burnout status, Kazunoko. Uh-oh, it only brought Fenris a little bit closer to the corner. Lightning Beast still intact, by the way. Counter hit. The big whip punish, yo. Fenris. Look at that match point now.
Interrupts the crouching medium punch. Spin drop smasher. Kazunoko want to spend that bar. You get that level 3 eventually. No problem doing this. Staggers in after the 2-piece. The throw right after was blocked. There's the throw on the parry attempt. Drop gauge gone. Level 2 has to come through. See a side switch up. Perfect parry. Deny any approach. Gets a massive pickup. Able to scale. It's going to be a level 3 for the victory. Kazunoko still in. What a combo.
Cammy wins.
All tied up, one game apiece. Also, that was actually a sick route right off the perfect parry. I don't even know if he needed it because he had like level 3 intact, but that was still kind of cool.
Gotta let him know. Fenris trying to stay in for his team. E-bombs again. Reversal button though. Trying to take his turn when it wasn't his. The crouching light kick opening him up. Different looks on these knockdowns we've seen from Kazunoko. Throw, crouching light kick, shimmy, crouching medium kick as well. The heavy on the walk back.
Oh.
And still he persists.
Oh, this is looking so much more confident from the side of Kazunoko. Fenris actually got clipped by that OD dive kick, possibly trying to walk forward, thinking maybe he could jump under, walk under and jump, but it was Kazunoko striking real quick. Back to the corner we go. A couple of lights. Now with his forward throw, Fenris has to make a very solid decision on defense. He actually clears out Kazunoko.
Once we get your bar back. I don't know, level 3 coming through before that can even happen. Hit bar back for Kazunoko. So smart to go for this approach. Burn him out. Bam. You're almost towards the green.
Not willing to take the throw. Kazunoko actually tried to go for a tech. Paid dearly with his life. Now forced into the burnout. Fenris on the other hand though, great block on the overhead. You still press buttons after that. There was a counter hit. Fenris, no way you lose control out of that. Bring it back down. The drive impact. Kazunoko gets clipped. Set up little fella. You do have one drive rush cancel if need be, or 2 ODs. That's one. Level 1 as well. Staying alive for Fenris, by the way. Kazunoko, the attrition coming in from the drive gauge battle between the two has been really difficult to manage.
Just that level 2, being able to get that bar back. There's banking on that wall. Then out it feels. Driver's throw. Step in the corner, try to go for the throw. Kazunoko's just hopping on out of there. The air to air. Lights finding the mark with the spiral arrow. With the RC. From that distance, perfect parry this damn medium kick. All right, Fenris. We said Fenris! Finds the opening with the rock crusher. You are dead. Oh my
That's the 10
God,
points
Fenris.
to start it off for CAG Osaka. That is the exact W to get you started for the rest of your teammates. Can they deliver is the question. But before we can even answer that, Kazunoko getting opened up in so many different avenues. I love the attempt at some of the recess Fenris are thrown out. I love also being able to drain the drive gauge in such pivotal moments, and also his lightning beast utilization has been so key to that W.
Yeah, those overheads were definitely hitting it. He recognized that they were hitting more often than not, so he went back to that well at the very end. Him, as you mentioned, taking away the drive case with level 2 and building it back up as well. He'd spend quite a bit to get towards the corner and then get level 2 going after that to get the bar back and put him through some really nasty scenarios. This was a sick punish, though. I got to give Kazunoko some big credit. And as you mentioned, you probably didn't have to do all that. You probably could have just hit a few buttons there and killed in the super, but sometimes got to style and wild. But this overhead was everything going back to what worked in the previous game, in the very first round, in fact, to take that W. 10 points so far. The dream is still alive. CAG Osaka does not want to wake up.
But who do you send up against Dogura specifically? I still have my heart set on Eita fighting off against the Elena match, but it's still kind of a difficult call because then you have to worry about Bonchan. Do you send Takagi for someone like Bonchan, or do you send Ulio?
I think you sent Ulio for Bonchan. Ulio should go for Bonchan, I believe, but okay, so we'll be Eita. Empowered, boldened by the air. All right.
That's definitely something we kind of like anticipated coming, right? Eita does a fine job against like being able to contest. It's a lot of characters that want to try to act second, that want to try to control that space. But Dogura's kind of like flipped the way that Elena's been played for the last couple of months, actually, right? We talked about her being a counter hit character. Dogura has really kind of stepped on the gas and really innovated the offensive style of Elena that we weren't used to prior. So I am kind of curious to see how this is going to play out. Looking at the previous record, yeah, Crazy Raccoon actually shut him out 40-0. Granted, CAG Osaka was on the away side, but Fenris lost to Dogura, so that's something they didn't want to try to do again. Ulio lost to Kazunoko with Shun, and then Takagi, that's what I wanted to look at. Takagi faced off against Bonchan before, but he fell 1-3. So I don't know if I want to send him up again.
Yeah, you know, I wouldn't think it's a good idea because also prior to that, we talked about that during the episode. Crazy Raccoon had like a long session with Kings Vega and a few other Blanca players out in Japan to lab out that matchup for hours upon hours. Like they got together as a group we're streaming this and we're practicing the matchup for hours upon hours. So I don't know if it's a good idea to do that. Ulio might be a better pick for that instead. But back to this one, yeah, I like Eita coming up from CAG Osaka and the reverse of things, because I feel like for his playstyle, he has changed so much. He is not always so wild. Akuma obviously requires you to pull back on the brakes a little bit, be able to find moments that people don't expect. I think that is taking people off guard when they have to fight him. His Akuma's just getting better and better. I love the way that he is operating with the character, when he's going for the bust outs and when he's not. His fireball pressure is really good too as well. I feel like he's becoming a complete, or at least a more complete package with the character than he did with Kid in this game so far. So I like that they have him coming up, and I think with fireballs in general, it's harder for her to spin through, to deal with the projectiles because they have so much variance. And his buttons are really good too as well. Forward Fierce, Stand Fierce, are all going to be really good against Elena's buttons, even though she can be in ranges where it kind of be annoying. That walk speed can help traverse that, get to the proper ranges where you can harass the way you like to. So we'll see what happens, though. As you mentioned, Dogura is so different, though, than other Elena players. I mean, he's really made that character look like she is viable, because she is viable. But if you put the time and grind like Dogura has, you're going to see the results. And I'm glad that someone has stuck to her and showcased what's strong about her.
Yeah, it's one thing to talk about like Elena's walk speed. Akuma can definitely kind of thwart that. I think it's one of the biggest issues that we kind of talk about a lot of the times. Like, he's got such competency when it comes to the counter poke game. We talked about like fireballs being a threat, obviously, to kind of rehash that. But like Akuma, again, gets away with so much both on the ground and in the air, right? If he's not going to be like controlling the ground for too much, I feel like being able to like maybe find an approach with air fireball behind it, if the Elena player cannot like respond within a certain range to do like a scratch wheel, to time it correctly as well. I think there's definitely some opportunities for Eita to sneak in via airborne. I don't know what the hell he's doing in a pregame interview, but yeah, I'm actually kind of curious to see how this plays out, for more so for Dogura's sake. I want to see like how he's practiced this character and sharpening up specifically for the meta character like Akuma.
Dogura says we only need one player winning, and I'm going to be the one to be the champion. I like how they made it a little bit of a competition, like I'm going to be the one to get that W. But be careful, though, because CAG Osaka is hungry. Before you know it, they may take that spot from you in that third place position. Either way, though, it's definitely doable. You just have to win 2 more, I think, if you're obviously CAG Osaka straight up. So Dogura, though, man, it's just like, how do you fight against someone like Dogura? Because that Elena's so different. Other Elenas are now currently copying what he's doing in terms of playing first instead of playing second. You know, like, they're now starting to get hip to the game of playing Elena. So you really have to study Dogura and hope that you can find someone that has slight tendencies like him. But even then, that's hard. So Eita definitely has some work cut out for him. And the weight of having to get that W, no matter what, or you lose, your team is out, gotta be heavy.
Well, we'll find out right now. Here we go. Dogura already traversing past the first fireball, hence why Eita now changing up the speed and also holding on to some of the fireballs as well. But now back to the fireball game, as we had mentioned it, looking for a whiff punish. Eita is really much on the trail of what Dogura is trying to do thus far on defense. That could have been a pretty big punish against that normal, by the way, but a little bit off the mark.
That's how the perfect parry. He's going to try to shut up with the medium kick. DP, yes. Over the corner, she has some meter, but look, we're going to have to guess it all. We have a reversal, some OD behind it. Some range to roam with. Again, the fireball's light, heavy, such in terms of difference. Finds a stand medium, though. See with the DP back up in the corner. Guesses again with another OD DP. Letting it rip Eita. Second time a charm. Try rush. Doubles down with it, gets a back row.
Trying to teleport on them in there. What a wild strategy to implement.
CFN strategy right there.
Oh. Punish! Dogura going in for a slide from that close. My man is like pretty brave on that one. But 2, like, at worst, it's like -10. I would imagine that's still something within that range, especially in burnout, like probably -4, and Eita got the punish for it.
Close for comfort. Eita throwing the fireballs now. Nice and close with it too as well, hiding the pokes if he needs to. Does it have here DP? He's already walking back, so he'll be able to block all that. He's spinning here, just a DP, no bar necessary, I like that. Finds the overhead. Should be able to finish something like what, on level 1. There we go. Spin the bar, get the job done. A lot more solidity here from Dogura in terms of like the neutral.
A little bit of problems from the side of Eita in regards to like recognizing some of the things that Elena can go through, what she can follow up with off of some of her specials, especially the sway. Especially the roll, excuse me, why did I say sway? The Link song.
The bust out works out. Really scratch shield from Dogura, too far out with the wind punish. Let's catch him with the low though. Oh, I don't think he's trying to go for the double medium and like the double medium Tatsu. I'm not sure if he tried to go for that. Dropped it either way. Up in the corner. Take throw opportunity here. Works out for Dogura. All the bar to give. There's no shot. You're too far out. My man wasn't even in the same area code. What was that super?
A little bit scary territory, right? Dogura being the one in control with the first game. He's looking rather confident as well. Eita, can you bring it home for CAG Osaka?
Perfect parries have been absolutely clutch to avoid the fireball pressure, to stop the folks. Now we spend some OD, something quick with it. You're still over the corner, you're still caught up. We don't want to be. Safe jump set up, it looked like. That perfect parry is everything to keep him nice and close and comfortable and stop him from the rain of fireballs all damn day. Leg lock.
Oh, the trade-off of the overhead drive rush. Well calculated. Level 1 is going to be the way to deal out the rest of that damage, putting yourself at match point. Dogura, can he bring Crazy Raccoon to the promised land? Perfect parry.
Same situation we saw before. Perfect parry, round start, going for the OD right after. Get the distance for the damage. Cover some time to get the DP off fine. One wrong guess. Does guess right with the jab, so the forefront coming through in the clutch. Oh. Dangerous sweep.
No way. And the damage being dealt, Dogura, he knows it. Crazy Raccoon shut the door on CAG Osaka and secure their spot into the playoffs.
Wow. Dogura, well done. The perfect parries were godlike. Round start perfect parry to OD to get a follow-up right after, like understanding the fireball tempo too as well. Understanding how to crank out the damage as much as possible whenever you finds those interactions. And I felt like the lack, or maybe the panic on Eita, the ODDPs and the wake-up supers eventually started getting to him, getting him in trouble. But man, I don't know if it would have changed that much if he had peeled back a little bit. Dogura's footsies were just too strong. There were some weird things like this, slides, a little bit too risky, maybe trying to call it like a preemptive fireball, I'm not sure. But then after a while, Dogura started catching the reads when he needed to, some of these buttons. And again, being on a perfect parry against a fireball and not be too worried about what's gonna come right after and standing your ground was pivotal. Bro, this actually killed. God dang, this killed. It's Elena, but still. Cold.
Really impressive call out there from Dogura as well. Like understanding what happens within like fireball range, being able to get these perfect parries in is pretty pivotal, going right into the Rhino Horn. But Crazy Raccoon, they did it. They accomplished their mission this year. They got themselves into the playoffs, and with a good amount of points to boot. Looking at 210, if I'm not mistaken. Even if they win this matchup as the anchor, it doesn't change the standings right now. But Ulio is the one coming up, and I assume it's Viper.
Have you played many Sagats yet? Like, what's your read on this?
I actually am kind of okay with this matchup. I think C Viper being able to get some conversions off of like whiff punishes from like further distances is fine. Being able to get like crouching heavy punch, seismal follow-up, super jump cancel, etc. is pretty important. I think C Viper does a great job of checking Sagat with seismal in general. But the damage output is just so big from the side of Sagat, and also keeping him grounded or keeping him like guessing on offense is pretty difficult because he has access to an actual true reversal too. But overall, now that I've like really like tried to develop this matchup, one of the biggest killers against C Viper is, I want to say, trying to defend against standing medium punch. Defending against that normal is so difficult as C Viper. I feel like that's one of the biggest and easiest opening points for Sagat if he can close that gap. And also being able to throw out Tiger knees at a moment's notice gets around Seismo as well. So I want to say, although a little bit underdeveloped, I still feel like Sagat might have a slight upper hand in this matchup.
I can see some annoyance points, especially if like in the mid range if they like hide fireballs too as well. Obviously he has burn kicks to go over those, but if you're doing it like Bugero or sometimes Bonchan, you like stand fierce and like maybe OD fireball or like just a normal fireball, like you have the tempo that's kind of switched up. That anti-fireball play from her side of things wouldn't be as ready, I'm assuming, at least when I watch it every so often. I've only watched a little bit of it. I was watching Ryan Hart's stream, and Kushina, who is also part of Crazy Raccoon, he's like a young player over there that they've picked up for their like youth program. He's been trying to practice that matchup too as well. So I definitely see the pain for like the mid range, but if she can whip punch, get going, it's difficult for him beyond the reversal. But then that reversal comes into play, and then you get knocked down. And you have to hold the pressure from him off the drive for stand medium. So we'll see what Bonchan has. Our leader did it, he says, and I can play with a relaxed mind. But it's all my fault that we have to wait until the last game to confirm the place for the playoffs. So I'll win and show the team that I can win with Sagat. I like that confidence.
Yeah, so I mean, at this point, they still managed third place. This might just be like a flex, more so from the side of Ulio than it is for Bonchan, because Bonchan doesn't need to prove anything. I mean, he could practice his Sagat here. We could see a development in the meta. We could see a development in the matchup itself. Maybe Ulio could find something different to take down Sagat. And also, I'm always curious to see how like Ulio's developing his Viper week after week for the most part.
Same with Bonchan with his Sagat. I'm always curious to see how he's adjusting and throwing away the old-fashioned mentality mindset of throwing out fireball Sagat and acclimating to more of like a close-range CQC sort of style that Sagat needs to be played at, running the Nexus and having setups and things like that, like the likes of Pugera have been developing the character. We'll see what happens. Get that W. Final match, try for us. He's able to get right off the jab to start things off. Spinning bar to take him towards the corner. What an entry point.
Oh. I like that. Only -2. That was a grounded version of the burn kick, by the way. At least so it seemed. Perfect parries on the way through. I like that frame kill from the stand short or crush short, by the way. Punishing that big tiger knee. Could have been a lot bigger. The Ulio went for the sweep instead.
Yeah, TI would have been great there. Ball sweep. If he works out, if they try to go for that heavy fireball. Base on the ODP for free. Ulio. First round to him.
Super convincing, by the way. Checks the walk back against Bonchan. Uses the Thunder Knuckle follow-up as well. Back-to-back follow-ups. Off of the burn kick this time, though.
Was hoping for a counter hit at minimum. Until a lot more. Interrupts the drivers with the crouching medium punch. Rare to see because of its kind of a stubbier button compared to other ones.
This is looking so favorable for Ulio right now. Back-to-back throws. Are you going to get a bait off of that? No, he delays his normal. Counter hits coming in from Bonchan. The low step kick. Yo, give me the rest of that. 4 step kick into the DP, right into level 3. That's going to be the critical art, but I don't think that phases Ulio too much. Right, he'll still have a drive gauge on him. He'll have critical art territory now. Oh, after the low step, it's not going to be your turn. He tried to steal his turn back after -2. That's definitely the grounded version. Yeah, chip is all she wrote. Nice and easy. Force Ulio into that burnout state.
Watch it, bring it back. Had to spend a lot of bar to do so. It takes to stay in the game. A step kick doing wonders right now. Needs more though. That counter hit. We'll get the forward throw off this punish counter. Trying to tap parry. See him staggering every so often. A slight punish. On that sweep. Sides will knock him off the feet for the heavy kick. Counters to get a combo. Nice goes for the throw. Way tighter. No problem though. Or so I thought. Sticks in the 8-frame crouching medium punch.
Oh. Try to go for a tick throw a little bit too far off the mark. One single hit. If Ulio lands it, he actually could kill Sagat off of a single hit, by the way. Oh, but he went in for a different route, right? He got the confirm off of the OD Seismo. It didn't allow him for an extra part of that route to occur, but it's still a ton of damage. And you're pretty far away from Sagat. Pick up with the Seismo overhead. You got greedy, son!
That's the greed they wrote in the Bible. Way too far on the bounce for that one. The perfect parry. Saving the day for Bonchan. Ulio, as you mentioned, could have had a chance to close it out with a little bit more of a bar expenditure. First game to Bonchan, but Ulio not too far off. Hot pursuit. Seismo get the knockdown. The stand medium combo right after. No anti-air. Maybe the counter hit was supposed to be the heavy knuckle. Not sure.
I had blinked, so I missed it. So, probably.
It's early. We'll get you.
Kind of weary with the Seismos, right? You don't want to get jumped in on. It does have pretty good amount of frames on startup. So feigning them is definitely preferable, but Bonchan goes in the gap. Couple of high shots to check Ulio. Ulio's trying to respond with a sweep. Obviously, not too bad of a choice if you are within range to get that punish counter against the high tiger shot. Stopping the drive rush. Actually, mad lucky that Bonchan ran into it. We get the target combo off of the medium. One more touch for Bonchan. Can you secure it? Two lights to check the walk back. Oh, this is huge.
So right after.
Could force the burnout. Ooh. Can't cancel out of that one. That's a good call out.
Smart stuff, Bonchan, man. Raw sweep from his side of things. Perfect parry. Doesn't even want that same medium to get established. He knows how hard it is to deal with. What's that?
Confirm off the mediums. Safe jump afterwards. Got just a raw sweep. Looking like my ranked games. Level 3 coming in. Isn't enough damage though. We didn't get to see how much yellow he had. Yeah, still living.
Oh, this drive gauge. OD fireball to your name too as well. So poke with a stand medium kick. Ruling the neutral, ruling that mid range. It's hard for her to counter poke even back to get something started unless she's further out for a Seismo or a button regardless. Real strong start from Bonchan, able to just move on through right after that.
We're starting to see like some of the weaknesses highlighted in this matchup. It feels like Ulio or C-Viper is having a hard time trying to figure out how to open up someone like Sagat. Like whether it's like mid-range, I think the high tiger shots can prove to be a little bit more beneficial in contesting against like the possible Seismos. And even so, if you get like a C-Viper used to throwing out Seismos, they could get the jump on you. I don't see any Sagat from like higher levels from further out throwing in a low tiger shot because you can be susceptible to like a jump in even more. So we talked about having 50 frames total to that bad boy. We're starting to see Bonchan really take control with like low step kick. That was going to be like the biggest one that I was looking for. Like low step kick to threaten against Seismo because you have to call it ahead of time where Sagat's going to be at. If you even anticipate a low step kick, you have to call that out preemptively. But that's a problem. High tiger shot's a problem. Up close standing medium punch is a problem. It's all really coming together.
I would also add like the fact that step kick is working out to get the distance where he's close enough to employ a medium right after. Like even if it's not counter hit, like yeah, it'd be great to get a counter hit or punish counter. But the fact that if he gets close up on hit, he's able to enact one of the bows game. And then after that, you see maybe not low shot being utilized, but every so often OD fireball low was utilized, so a little bit quicker. Obviously, still gets jumped in on. When you combine these things with like stand medium kick, it feels like the mid range is so difficult. It's a wall that's projectiles and buttons that it's hard for her to traverse and it's hard for her to get in. So side smoke can help to get a knockdown, but even then, Bonchan's defense has been well enough where it hasn't been too much of a threat as things have gone on. So I don't know what to do. It's funny because I've seen this matchup in previous streams, and it's like the reverse. The C-Viper player is kind of getting rolling, and she doesn't get stopped at all. But someone like Bonchan's been labbing this out. He knows like the effective buttons, the effective ranges. He's obviously been doing his homework to not be like that.
Let's see if he has enough in him to at least secure the big W for Crazy Raccoon side. They don't obviously need it, but at this point, it's like, why not continue to keep yourself sharp? Right?
The counter combo. A lot of the lights, if you're able to extend that knockdown for the Oki. Plus range. You saw the screen shake. Backwalk punish. But the backwalk also from Bonchan. Save with Ulio now getting the hard knockdown. Now getting the finish. Ulio bringing it back from the brink. Okay. Yes. Movement. Oh.
I love the strike throw mix game that C-Viper can get off of some of these drive rushes too. He's got another throw coming in. Ulio. Forward roundhouse, backing away. Bonchan trying to create some space for himself. There was a perfect parry. Just wasn't the right call. Imperfect parry, excuse me. Oh, give me that.
The crunch on those bad boys is dead. Drive rush, interrupted with the jab. Double B with a scaling, should be victory. Ulio saw the green, became the stop sign.
Fighting his way back. He doesn't want to let him have it for free. Excellent practice coming in, at least for the side of Ulio. I mean, we understand like what the stakes are and what stakes have already been claimed and made, I should say, for the side of Crazy Raccoon. But personally, I want to see the overall growth coming in from Ulio. Like, I want him to sharpen up the C-Viper for like future references, and I want Bonchan to also like outperform in this matchup in particular to get himself ready for like future endeavors, right? To make themselves ready for playoffs, etc. But the timeout, man, that's a little unnecessary.
Come on now, let's play it out. Let's just fight it out. Come on now. You know, I will say this though. For Bonchan's sake, I do want to see him, in a way, get a victory or really like find himself with this character, because you know you go to his stream afterwards and he's a little, yeah, I love Sagat. You can see the tears in his eyes. So it's good to see him acclimate to the character, really learn the matchups and lab things out and be a lot more solid after seeing other people have success or finding new ways to operate with the character and again unhinge himself from the way he used to be with Sagat and play the Sagat of now. We see the likes of Blas, we see the likes of Gera, even the younger crew are starting to get a handle. Like Enzo over here in the States has been doing a really good job of like figuring out how to run the buttons where they need to be and then put the fireballs every so often to switch up the timing, the rhythm, the tempo of like the bigger buttons like Stand Fierce, and then you can drive rush on in after with the medium after you kind of establish yourself a little bit. But that's the kind of way to play Sagat these days, rather than like full screen fireball, DPS they jump in. That's no longer the case.
Yeah, he's playing much more of an actual like Muay Thai up close style, which is kind of great. Like throwing them bows has been so cool to see. That bad boy is just so intimidating. And if you look at the frame data as to why, like you'll totally understand it. But for the most part, right, the amount of damage he does get, it's still very reminiscent of how the King is usually in regards to like previous iterations of Street Fighter. I'm glad that he has that kind of output. And honestly, I think he's low-key slept on still. He's got the complete package. Like he's got the fundamentals for like a great character. He's got like the, I guess the basics for a great character. He has a OD reversal. He's got at least a 4-frame crouching jab. He has a stand jab that reaches mad far, being able to interrupt against drive rushes as well. And he's got fantastic super.
He's also leader positive on a lot of stuff. He can take you towards the corner without spinning too much bar. Use that bar for things up in the corner. Look at that stand medium kick. If the drive rush, throwing mad bows once against a set point scenario. Bonchan exhibiting why this character can be very strong. While getting aggressive, just have to be a little bit more active. Oh, he caught the step kick with the burn kicks. Mine's hotter. Oh, the fake out. I've seen more people do that. The Nexus to catch people lacking with the perfect parry. Time it better.
Oh, the cross cut is there. Give me that. Level 3. That should be all she wrote, right?
Oh, he's dead. Done and dusted. Papa Bonchan lands himself on 3-1 over Ulio, delivering the justice of the king. 30 points to 10. They've already been solidified, but even more so with more points to their name in Bonchan. A very significant victory to not only for his team, but to his ego, to be honest, for being so real. Well done.
Nice work coming in from the side of Crazy Raccoon. Them claiming their spot in 3rd place for the playoffs, getting themselves ready for any matchup that comes their way. And honestly, they have such a well-rounded team, not just in terms of like the players and their accolades and their current performances throughout the season. I mean, Kazunoko, Dogura, Bonchan, Shuto, all all-stars and very, very competent players throughout the, not only just the CPT, but throughout the league. But having a Cammy, Elena, Sagat, and Ryu, that is a very versatile and honestly a pretty threatening team.
It really is, because it's hard to get practice against the likes of Elena or like somewhat Sagat. Shuto echoing to the Ryu very quickly. Kazunoko having the Cammy, but also maybe the Sea Viper in the future, possibly. The fact that this team has switched characters, has been so solid with them within a short amount of time, where it's so risky and has not worked out for other teams as much or nearly as effectively, is something to consider in terms of how great these players are and how, I guess I should say, just quickly they are on the ball in terms of picking up how to play a character, how to evolve the meta with the character. Even Bonchan right now, I feel like that Sagat looks way different than what we saw before. The other Sagat that we saw before when he was playing him was plodding, was slow, very pensive with the buttons. Now you see a lot of drive rush overheads, drive rush stand mediums, initiating points with like the step kick, as you mentioned. Those things are more about what Sagat needs to do, and Bonchan understands the assignment. This team is super sick just for the characters, but also the players and how they're understanding and how they're evolving their characters.
It gets me excited for the future. It gets me excited for the playoffs, and also gets me excited to see how the other teams who didn't make it develop their characters even further into the seasons of next year, perhaps seasons of the future, whether it's CPT or not. I think everybody did a pretty solid showing. Just to kind of reiterate what the point spread was like. I mean, obviously, Good 8 Squad came in swinging. So many points to their name. They got 1st place. Nagoya, NTPOJA was 2nd. Crazy Raccoon in 3rd. Victrix Fabu Gaming, unfortunately, not being able to walk away or make a difference outside of 4th place, right? They actually scored 0 points today. Saishunkan, Kumamoto, they actually had their opportunity to shut up Nagoya and NTPOJA a little bit. Right, they started off with 2 big W's with Kosa and Nemo. Kobion unable to finish it off against KB. Just way too difficult of an ask if you want my perspective on it. And then, of course, CAG Osaka. Unfortunately, after Fenris, Eita not able to survive the onslaught coming in from Dogura's Elena.
That was a stopping point, but that means Good 8 Squad, the way NTPOJA and Crazy Raccoon, we hit the playoffs. They haven't solidified at least one division is solidified. It's a lot of variation too as well, in terms of like the characters presented. There's only like one Mai, there's some Akuma, there's some Ed in there. Let's mention Elena. We got some Sagat out here, some Cammy. Very exciting to see what happens over the playoffs. At least for one part, we already have that done and dusted. We're getting the interviews out here. Shuto says, I only have one thing to say. The team loses when I win. The team wins when I don't play.
Facts.
That's actually true.
Yeah, that's been it's a curse. Now you gotta bench Shuto for the rest of the playoffs. Now they understand the strategy.
It's like, sorry, bro, you gotta go. You gotta sit on the stands, whatever it takes. But I gotta give him big ups. Within a few weeks, has played Ryu at a high level and gotten to a point where he's able to take down like the likes of Gachikun and stuff. He says, also, I played long in this league, but it was my first time changing characters during the season. I'm sorry for letting my team play difficult matchups in the playoffs. I am full max ready. Okay. We'll see.
I don't know what that means.
Full max ready, I don't know. 100%, I guess.
Hopefully. I went there but yeah, so I mean, Shuto showing off the guns as well. Dogura, that man, seeing him hit the gym with Kawanu is, I hope he has a proper spotter. Because my man was struggling to lift some weights. Not to shame him, I hope he continues on doing so. But do not let him lift weights by himself.
More of the interview. Kazunoko, excuse me, says, I guess I was really nervous. I tried to win fast in advantage situations and ended up losing. You're also fighting block level 2 and he's taking away your drive gauge, so I definitely understand. He has some cool combos though. Kazunoko, again, running the Kami today, but we could be seeing the Sea Viper at a later point. Hopefully he gets the matchups down where he wants to play or feel comfortable in, that he can exhibit that character a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, like, it wasn't too bad of a look. I think there were like a couple of moments where Fenris just happened to catch like the right circumstances against Kazunoko and enforce these airs. I think that was the game where it felt like it could have been anybody's game, like the way that those two were playing and making the reads against each other. So can't really blame Kazunoko for an L on that one. And even so, like, following suit, Dogura just had such a convincing W against Eita for back-to-back games, for that matter.
The way that Dogura operated, doing the perfect parry, round start, OD run on horn right after, like just the matchup knowledge, the tendencies, the reason on what Eita wanted to do, excellent. And even perfect parries when he was close, like, which is hard to do because there's so much variance between light and heavy fireball. He might throw an OD as well against Akuma. Definitely takes quite a bit of work. So Dogura definitely did his homework and put the work into Eita. And that was kind of the killing blow, unfortunately. But fortunately for Crazy Raccoon, you know, they were able to secure themselves a big W right there to be at the playoffs. So again, I do wonder if we're going to be seeing Shuto switch to Akuma, if Kazunoko is going to be switching over to Sea Viper for some matchups, or whether it be like a main line for most of these players out here. They'll stick with what they need to stick with.
We
are getting the translation in coming in from the interviews as well. Didn't mean to ruin the surprise or the shatter the illusion. You could always pretend that me and Senkola actually speak Japanese fluently. We'll accept that as well.
Take it. So we're getting a little more from Kazunoko. He says, we talk with Tachikawa and let Bonchan do the difficult matchups. We let others play the games that we're good at. And that ended up making Bonchan losing a lot. I have 3 characters in my hand, so I'll do my best to support the team in the playoffs. I'm glad Kazunoko answered that question. He's got more characters under his belt. I highly doubt we'll see the Jamie. Like, I feel like that's like a fun time character in ranked. I'm on my stream. I'm just kind of relaxed and let my hair loose. But I could see us seeing the Sea Viper. Unless, maybe? Probably not.
Yeah, I mean, even Punk is actually like attributed to Kazunoko having a really solid Sea Viper. I had the luxury of being able to talk to him about it, like some of the Sea Vipers that he's usually watching. He's definitely talked about Kazunoko being one of them. He said also he'll watch Mochi from time to time if he decides to play that character, but Mochi's kind of just like locked in with Ed recently, so those are the ones he follows. Also, I know he mentioned a 3rd Sea Viper. I just can't recall who it was. I'm gonna have to ask him again once Street Fighter League US starts. But yeah, so Kazunoko does have the potential to come in with like the Sea Viper if needs be, and I would love to see that going forward.
Again, glad they have the rotation of characters and the understanding to have characters at the all at full max ready, as Shuto would say. So hopefully that will cause some issue for the other teams out there. They'll have to get ready for multiple characters for just one person. Dogura says, it's a nice win by everyone, giving me advice. After I won, Bonchan said, good Lord, I didn't have to play for the qualification. So good Lord, and probably thank God I didn't have to play for the qualification. I feel like he would have did fine though. Bonchan was looking great today.
Yeah, I mean, considering like the record that both teams have had, both as like on their own and also against each other, it was hard to believe that Bonchan would not have been ready for anything coming his way, which is why they put him in the anchor spot, right? I think like Sagat would have a pretty good spread, I feel like, against a lot of the cast. I think Sagat does well. Like, I think Sagat can contest against Shoto's pretty well. I think he would do good against the Nakuma. I would have loved to see a little bit more from the Viper pick from Ulio. But Blanca, I don't mind the Blanca pick as Sagat, actually.
I don't think it's that bad either. We saw it last time. He won. And again, during their practice, you can start to see them figure out things and understand like the low shot being a little bit more imperative. Once you're not getting jumped in or hopped in on, that being part of the plan because it's hard for him to slide. Not impossible. And then also like the ranges that Sagat would like to play at, it's difficult for Blanca to contest. It feels like step kick, stand medium kick, even stand fierce or crouch fierce worked out really well last time we saw that matchup on this league. So Dogura also says a so-called circus by the characters we use and being laughed at, we started getting better with each move. So beware playoff teams. We were laughing at you.
Who the hell was laughing?
Those characters?
Who the hell was laughing at this team? I don't think that's true at all. I'm gonna call him out on that one. Dogura, I feel like his team were probably feared the most going into this league. He's like actually one of the top 3 teams. Like Good 8 Squad, obviously everybody had their eyes on them. First, so for Division S, if I remember correctly, it was like Good 8 Squad, Crazy Raccoon. And who was the third team that people were like kind of looking forward to? I want to say, I think Victrix Favu Gaming because of the inclusion of Ryukishi on the squad.
Yeah, I put them there with the mines and things like that too. But there's no way you're sitting there laughing like, ha ha hee hee, I gotta fight Elena that I barely know how to play, or Sagat just came out and I gotta figure out how to fight this character. And then even before that, Bonchan had Akuma. So like, yeah, I can't wait to fight one of the strongest characters in the business. And then Shuto also had another Akuma too. Like, I think I'll just put that in your mind to be more emboldened to win, I guess. I don't know. Get revenge on people that didn't have revenge on you in the first place. I don't know. I don't know about you.
Brother, we're still going through the winning interview, by the way, and I love that, first and foremost. I love the fact that we get to hear from Dogura and all them. It's got to be brutal going into like the losers interview though with CAG Osaka. Like I understand like they may not be like as heartfelt about it, but I still think they had a pretty cool composition around them. Like sure there's 2 Blancas or whatever, but I love the inclusion of the rookie. We do get our final farewells coming in from that team. What is it? We have coming in from Bonchan. I couldn't win throughout the season at all. Was really shocked for it. I know why I'm losing and couldn't fix it. Damn, that's huge. I started getting better recently, so I'll do my best in the playoffs.
I'll have to ask him why or what he thought made him lose. Like it can't just be obviously Sagat's new or whatever. You know, it's got to be something else with that. But we'll ask him later. Right now, we're gonna move over to the losers and CAG Osaka. Shouts out to them because honestly, as you mentioned, the composition was actually really cool. We had a Jamie player that was doing a pretty damn good job, all things considered. You don't get to see that character. Eita being a better Akuma player, better Shoto player that we've seen in a long time with him in terms of decision making on defense overall. Fenris with his Blanca getting back into the way that we expect him to be, the way that we saw him in Season 2 in terms of he'll take your drive gauge, activate level 2, and go from there with the mix. You have that new young gun coming through with the Blanca that was just a mix of everything. I felt like I see a little bit more time. I felt like to be able to beat the best or the older folk. I feel like some of those older players were able to kind of win because they had more experience and you know they've been out here a little bit longer. So I feel like the next season that he pulls up, he's gonna do mad damage.
I really hope that they find a way to like further cultivate his talents. My internet is starting to give up because there's a thunderstorm going on in my area, and you know I'm trying to hold out. But long story short, I want Takagi back. I want them to really take care of him and show him the ropes. I hope somebody would take him under their wing, and I hope he comes back even stronger.
He's got a bright future. He's out there streaming too as well. You know, I feel like all the players looking at him and preparing for him. I don't think I've seen in a long time. Maybe I've missed it, but when they saw that cat, they had to prepare for him. They spent a 3-hour-long stream preparing for that character, and because of him too as well. That's a rarity. So people can see the power that he has, and I'm sure that DC will help him and will him get even better. I hope he gets to travel next year, especially. I hope that's the gets on his plate. Come on, the Combo Breaker, CEO. If we have those as CPT events, whatever they got, you know, I want to see him out there traveling the offline scene. I think that will make him even better, even stronger. I think he thrives also in an offline environment too, so it'll be great to see him pop off on the stage.
One of the players I'm really looking forward to improving, Ulio, definitely, right? It's cool to have like the Sea Viper main back. It's cool to see him like exercise that character in like such a pivotal point of their season, right? Still trying to get these big W's, still trying to improve is a pretty big deal. Like in moments where it's like, well, every single point matters for playoffs, and I think that's really brave. And Ulio is like a classic. He's been like a staple for a very, very long time for a lot of the scene. For those that have been in the know, even since back in like since 3, you know, also watching him a lot in 4. He's definitely got the capabilities of being a very well-rounded player.
We've seen it. We've seen his grind. Even if you watch his streams and things like that, he'd be playing for hours upon hours. When Viper dropped, I felt like he had like a 6-hour stream. I felt like I fell asleep and then woke up a few hours later and he was still going with that character. So I want to see his development with the character. I want to see his development with Jamie still. His Chun-Li is still amazing too as well. So I can't wait to have that rotation of characters later on. And hopefully he does well in the World Warriors. And again, another person I want to see travel overseas. We didn't get the interview with the young gun. He said, thanks to all fans of the Street Fighter League and CAG. There should be a lot of people wondering why I'm in the league. I was a streamer, and people might say I should have stayed as a streamer. That's wrong. I'm sorry, I couldn't let the team win through the playoffs. I'll get a new goal to come back to this league next season as the strongest Tagaki. Now, first of all, brother, the way you played was excellent. There is no one that should ever say different on your name because the way that you played was excellent. Second of all, the Blanca, the level that he has in this Blanca, and being a streamer going to a player, the leap that he has had, many have not even had that. They've been playing triple the amount of years. So anyone talking mess on his name is absolutely wrong.
We're going to get a couple of words coming in from Eita. We are actually going to get like an interview translation, I feel like, from Ulio first, if I'm not mistaken. I'm sure there was a back and forth between the two, as we had seen it. But that's going to be coming in just a little bit later. But yeah, I mean, Takagi has definitely talked about where he was coming from over in that interview he had with Daigo, in that back and forth interview he had, like I feel like a couple of weeks ago. I feel like it's almost been like a month now, but it's only been like a few weeks. So hopefully you guys are able to check out that, because there are some English subtitles to it. But Ulio's translation came in very apologetic coming in. I'm sorry for the fans, and I'm so sorry we couldn't let Takagi play in the playoffs. I couldn't win as much as I need to myself, and I really regret that. I am so gonna do better next season, and we're looking forward to it, man. I want to see him like really set the tone with his Viper. I want him to be one of the best Sea Viper players that we've ever seen. So I hope he actually takes into consideration all the Sea Vipers from around the world. I think it's really imperative to knock down the egos and figure out like what types of improvements are needed, and how you could like reinvent your playstyle with the way other people are playing on them.
That's a really good point. You're not getting or giving away your playstyle. You're not like diminishing your playstyle. You're adding to it by finding other pieces that can fit with what you do. You know, and I think that's going to be a thing that we've seen for. That's why I see Viper's development feels like it's better for some players than others, because it feels like they're taking those pieces and points, and they have the player base to do so. Versus like a Sagat, where you don't have as many players diving in with that character. You have to look forward to like Kushina, Bonchan, Pogera, and Zaffarino. And sometimes people aren't playing as much, so it's harder to get that information. But if you have it, use it, get it. Ulio, we'll see him more tournaments, and definitely again another person I want to see in the offline circuits when they come back next year, if they come back next year. So hopefully that does get to happen. So Eita, the interview comes through. Personally, I only won once last season. Compared to last season, personal stats were better this year. But I couldn't win the important games like today, and I'm really sorry for it. I'd like to play with this team next year and win to the playoffs next season. Honestly, I would like to see the same composition, like the same team come through, but with better time spent on the young gun, on Ulio with his Viper, Fenris switching back and forth between characters instead of just the block. The block is great, but maybe add that JP in there possibly, bring that back, and Eita back in form like he was this year.
Yeah, I love the adjustments that Eita made from Ken going into Akuma. Damn, these guys are definitely about it. But anyways, definitely a lot of truth to what Eita was saying. I think his vast improvements really shown off in this season of Street Fighter League. I thought he was going to be a little bit of a question mark for me in comparison to how he performed last season, but his transition to Akuma is actually a pretty solid one. Like, you saw some of his, like, his personality and his gameplay, like, he is rather aggressive. He does get a little bit of impatience towards him, and he also does some, like, really wily things to steal turns. We saw, like, hints of that, but we saw a lot more growth, maturity, and control in his overall playstyle, and understands, like, where he's gone wrong from, like, week after week. So I think he's done a great job of finding improvement.
Lastly, Fenris comes in with his interview. I'm really sorry for the lack of my skills. I lost too many games. I'd like to play again with this team, and we'll definitely go to the playoffs next season. Keep the team up, man. I want to see it. I want to see more of the characters, the development of all these players. They've only gotten stronger and better. But honestly, when it comes down to it, League is so difficult. Japan has never been this close, and it came down to some very minute decision-making moments, and then steamrolling from there for some teams. But either way, you slice it, we do have our playoff teams all done and dusted. Good 8 squad. Crazy Raccoon, Nagoya, NTPOJA will all be at the playoffs, and I can't wait to see what goes down there. A lot of variety with the characters. Can't wait to see what the game plans are going to be. We have a few weeks before that happens, but man, is it going to be ridiculous when it does happen.
We can close the books now for Division S with a very star-studded lineup. Really excited to see how it started off, and man, it did not disappoint. Some of it, I will say, a little bit predictable in regards to who would have made it to the very top spot. Some of it pretty much out of nowhere. And to kind of reiterate what had happened today with the first match, Saishunkan, Kumamoto finding themselves just a little bit short. We did get a tiebreaker match against Nagoya, NTPOJA, the team that we thought we had no idea how far they would get. Would they make it into the playoffs in comparison to last season? No idea. But they did it with 290 points to their belt, question mark? But either way, good 8 squad coming out with the full 40 bomb against Victrix Favu Gaming. That was such an imperative match for them as well, for at least on the side of Victrix. They had their shot of making it into the playoffs. Then, of course, the finale, Crazy Raccoon getting the big 30 against CAG Osaka's 10. So this is the final score. Good 8 squad with 300, Nagoya NTP with 260, Crazy Raccoon with 220. That solidifies our 3 making it into this year's playoffs.
Good 8 squad in prime position. Not without a little bit of hindrance here and there. Definitely had to fight tooth and nail in some of the matchups, but overall, retaining that top spot and that dominance the way NTPOJA, as you mentioned. Standout stars this season, especially. Crazy Raccoon with the switch ups of the characters, not hindering them at all and pulling them back. The point spread, though, from 3rd to 4th is kind of drastic, but that's like 2 really good days of playoff play, or excuse me, regulation play. They could have switched things up. You see it right now on the graph. Some of these teams didn't have that bad of a start. Like Seoul started off not too bad, but then dwindled down. And then Crazy Raccoon had to pull themselves out for a little bit. And unfortunately, other teams like, Favu Gaming just had some bad runs and continue on that. But again, that's the way it goes in League. Street Fighter League has always been difficult, and I feel like this season has gotten harder and harder. The characters that have come through, the adaptations, I think the players understanding how to play Street Fighter 6 better has also made this more difficult and a lot more contentious. But it's been some great action thus far for Division S. That's the end of Division S overall. What's left is the final episode for Division F for regulation play.
It's crazy to see this exact graph and see who has actually reached the pinnacle and who's reached the bottom of the barrel, just based off of like early performances and some consistencies throughout the week. But either way you spin it, good 8 squad At the very top, they're going to be at the home field advantage going into match 2, where they await their opponents between Nagoya, NTPOJA, and Crazy Raccoon. But in that first team match number 1, Nagoya will have the home field advantage, and we'll break down the rules in just, I want to say, down the line as we get further and further into the playoff spot happening in December. It's going to be on the 13th, just in case you guys haven't marked your calendars already.
You should definitely do so. It'll be some fantastic action coming through. See Nagoya NTPOJA go up against Crazy Raccoon, and then the winner of that going Good A Squad. Nothing short of amazing. And then, of course, the next time that we meet, at least for regulation play, we'll be figuring out who's going to be Division F. That's still a little bit more in contention too as well than one might think. But big ups to Good A Squad to retain where they were at. Again, they've had maybe not the best season, the very first season of Street Fighter 6 Street Fighter League, and they brought it back after that, winning the World Championship right after, and looks to get another W for Street Fighter League, but also for the World Championships that will be happening at Capcom Cup.
Really excited to see it, and also really excited to see the rest of our Division F matches that's going to be happening in just a few more days, right? When we get back into it after the weekend. Obviously, we still have to go through World Warrior, which we will talk about in just a bit, but still, we got to find the conclusion towards Division F. We got to see who's going to make it into that top 3.
So before that, we're going to get an interview with the team captains, Gachikun, KP, and Dogura. Led their squads to success. Shouts out to each and every one of them. They've been playing their hearts out, not only just to lead their team, but also individually playing within the matches. Dogura's been putting himself up with the Elena pick. Very fantastic match we saw against like the likes of Fujimura, 3-0ing the Mai, really showcasing what he could do on the Elena. KP being the best player in the league right now. Even with that one little blemish that he's had, that one loss from Gachikun, he has still been the strongest player thus far in terms of results. Gachikun come back in the fray and shaking things up when need be for his team, coming through with that Rashid at the very end, especially like short of amazing. So all these players have not just sat on the bench, they've actually participated, they've led their team, they've given them, you know, obviously advice and things like that. I feel like these are really great leaders, but also really good players. And you have to be a good player out here nowadays because of the extra position. You cannot just be on the bench saying, do this, do that. You have to actually be out there in the fields fighting it out.
I feel like if there's anybody who's going to contest to that, it might be Mono from Red Rooster, but then he stepped up towards the last couple of weeks and got his W, so that doesn't count.
Let's go, Mono! Little bias.
So there's definitely going to be like talks amongst the leaders of the respective teams coming into playoffs. I'd imagine one of the questions have to be like, who are the teams you are most intimidated to play against and why? I would assume that, but there's also going to be a reflection of the season going into this point in time. Dogura getting his interview in right now. I know during the interview he did mention KB a little bit, so maybe we're not going to get like the full exact picture, but we are going to say this for now. For the side of Dogura, he said, looking back, we're winning more on the away side than the home side this season. We maybe have an advantage this year. So maybe, perhaps. Maybe if they keep Shuto benched as well. Maybe that's a thing.
Keep the curse away. Keep him out of here. But again, like, you know, it's good to see that they're having the advantage state and the away side because that's where they're at right now. But that's that strategy where I feel like even outside of all this, the best teams are ready for anything. They're ready to have their players come up. If you watch their CFNs, they're preparing for multiple matchups and things like that. No matter what character comes up. So I like that from Dogura, that he recognized that maybe we're winning more on the away side. So we'll be fine when we come up to the playoffs. But then you're fighting likes of KP and Mochi, who's been getting more in form. If Otani really turns up, it might be different. Like Ken versus Elena, I feel like he might be able to do something against Dogura. He also finishes things off by saying, we'll do our best to get to the grand finals. You still got to fight Good A Squad, so good luck with that. If you win against Nagoya NTPOJA, you still got to fight Good A Squad.
That's the biggest challenge right now that both these teams have to find a way to get to, right? They have to encounter each other first before they get to encounter the Titans atop the mountain, right? They got to make sure that they're well prepared for each other going into this battle. Nagoya NTPOJA, if you look at their overall record, right? Nagoya NTPOJA has had I want to
CR のことに関
say
して喋ると、やっぱ強いキャラクターがすごい多いんで、
they've
対策するのが大変だな
Crazy Raccoon's number both ends,
って
both on
で
September
まあプレーオフ
19th when they got their
約
W, 30 to
日だ
10,
と思うんですけど、
and
あ
then
の結構時間があるんで
November
まあ3
7th,
週間
40 to 0, if I'm not
クレイジーラック
mistaken.
ンが持ってるキャラクター全部対策して
Oof, you're right.
思ってます。
And they were on the home side. Well, yeah, Crazy Raccoon was on the home side.
本当にホームスタートでよかった、まだ。
Sagat, C Viper, and then Shuto got destroyed by KB. So we really have the game plan against KB especially. I mean, obviously KB is the strongest player in terms of like the league. Overall, he's been doing a lot of pulling for his team in general. So we have to get ready for him. But Seiya also, Otani also, Mochi also. So we'll see what their adjustments are. But man, that is not a good sign. You have a few weeks to clean it up though. Get your characters in order, get your game plan in order. We'll see what happens.
どうしたら勝てるのかちょっと、はい。
2回何も考えてないって言った。
I think if anybody's putting a damper on KB's record, it's obviously the captain sitting at the good 8 squad seat, right? I mean, Gachikun's the only one to actually take a W against KB. The second closest person, by the way, is on the other side of KB's window. You see Crazy Raccoon with Shuto. He was the closest to actually put the first L in KB's record. So I am kind of curious to see if the Crazy Raccoon side can find a strategy revolving around KB's downfall, because that is easily the most important thing to lock in. Let's be honest, right? Otani has not had the strongest showing. Seiya pretty much got his explosive growth in the second half, more so like 3/4 of the way there. And Mochi, although he has improved, it's been, I feel like, 50-50.
Yeah, it depends on who he goes up against. Like, because the last time that they met, Pugera took him down with a jury. That was like a surprise pick. And Sahara took down Seiya. So even though Seiya has found his footing, you got to go up against Sahara. After what we saw that cat did today, and of course KP will not let things go. If he since he lost to Gachikun, you know he's going to want to get that revenge. KB says, we lost 10-point difference 2 years ago, and we lost last year as well. As a team, we were so surprised to be able to win through the season, facing the dream teams like Good 8 Squad and Crazy Raccoon. We have about 3 weeks of practice for the playoffs, so we'll do our best to prepare for the two teams.
Damn, 3 weeks from now, huh? There's going to be so much to look forward to. I mean, thankfully, we still have a lot of Street Fighter action in between, right? We're still going to get Gachikun's interview coming on in. Just to kind of remind you guys, this weekend we have World Warrior number 4 for Japan. We also have a handful of different regional finals happening this weekend. I think, I do believe Central America East has theirs on the 22nd. I know, I think US Canada East also has one going up this weekend as well, if I'm not mistaken.
Saturday, you're right. Yep.
And then there's a third regional final, I feel like, coming through. I might be mistaken, but either way, this is a jam-packed weekend, and it's big determiners of who makes it into Capcom Cup. So even outside of like Division S closing for the rest of the season until playoff time, there's still so much Street Fighter to really absorb. Damn. Yeah, there's a lot going on this weekend. And then we also have the coverage. We have not even just that. Holy cow, hello. Street Fighter League EU is happening pretty much right now, no? Like pretty soon, if not now. So that's going to be covered up. Perhaps.
Wow. And also Midwest having their World Warrior the same day as East Coast, so tune into all that. Dang, there was a lot. You ain't lying. People are going to qualify left and right this weekend, so catch all that with EU, and then we return to the US, and then for the finals for that. And then playoffs for this. Gachikun, Tuesday interview. He said there are too many characters we have to be ready for in the playoffs, but we have a lot of characters in our hands as well. Lily Manon, Jury, DJ, you guys got to be careful. Wait. Hold up. Lily Manon? Jury, DJ.
He's calling out the other characters.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's calling out the other characters from other divisions as well.
Oh, from the other side of things. Okay. Oh, yeah, because of Biki and stuff like that. Okay, all right. I was like, wait a minute. Does Pugera just have 20 or 30 characters underneath his belt? Already have the DLC down, but he says they have to be careful regardless, and they should, because I feel like you have a lot of lab rats on your side of things, so Good 8 Squad. Obviously, we talk about Gachikun, how much time he spends in the lab. On his streams, you can see it. Sahara also is a big lab rat. You watch his stream, sometimes he's just spending time just with minute decision-making things. And it shows in his play. His perfect parries, his timings, and things like that. Pugera, I feel like, puts a lot of time into the characters that he needs to have as weapons. We saw that when he was able to take down the likes of Akira with the DJ against the Kemi. It was like a very primary pick to take down Team Reject last year. So you got to watch out for all these cats on this team.
ただごとではない。もう僕は素直に今年のあれ名古屋 NTP 王者はもう完全に KB が引っ張ったなっていう。
Yeah, a little bit of extra tidbits coming in from Gachikun. We were able to get first place like last year, and thought there are a lot of benefits in first place. Like second, third place needs to play through a lot of games before they get to us. So we're glad we got to these standings, and it's well deserved, right? They've put in such a powerhouse team. I think it was going to be Gachikun, Pugera, Kawanu, regardless, because that is like that's already like the established, right? That's what we had prior in seasons of Street Fighter League. And that feels like an inseparable team. I think the addition of Sahara, obviously out the gate, we were kind of curious to see how he'd acclimate himself to both like a team standing, numerous games back to back to back every week, being in an anchor spot where it's 3 out of 5, sometimes 2 out of 3 in like the first couple of spots. But this solidifies it for me as the elite. Sahara is easily one of the most impressive, not even just like a rookie standpoint, but one of the most impressive players to come out the woodwork since 2024. And he's made leaps and bounds of improvements towards this year.
100% agree. Either outside of league or inside of league, you can see the work that he's put into. Not just the character choice. I mean, like, this guy is just really good no matter what he would put his hands on in terms of like a character. He's just so solid and so strong, and I feel like he's just an unmovable wall. Dogura says KB is a key person in Nagoya. How many points did he get? 100, 120? I gotta recall. But he led the team this season, so we'll watch out for his moves. This is what happens. Like, if you're winning a lot, same with like Lashar over in the other league, people start noticing and be like, we have to fight this cat. How do we beat him? He says also, as for Good Day Squad, Sahara has had the biggest growth rate, confirming what we have said. Sahara has been exceeding expectations, exceeding his play.
For the record, KB scored 140 total, including today's matches.
Just to let you know, Dogura.
What face is Dogura making? What is he doing?
What is going on?
No idea.
Too early for this, Dogura. Come on now.
Yeah. So, funny enough, KB, like, what a way to end his season, at least for going into playoffs. My man had an immaculate record. He had only fallen short to Gachikun. But the final match that he had against Saishunkan Kumamoto ended up in a 3-0 against Kobion. That is mad impressive. My man was racking up the most wins. I think it's safe to say that he has the cleanest record of Street Fighter League this season. I think that's a pretty safe call.
Free. I don't think anyone else will disagree. Look at the stats. They're all there. KB showcasing even his gameplay has looked absolutely immaculate. But KB says Dogura is the one I have to be careful for in CR because I can't read what he wants to do. It's difficult to try and get over all of his tactics. I think you're just being modest, KB. Not that Dogura is any slouch, but man, are you ridiculous. As for Good Day Squad, it's definitely Gachikun. It made me lose last episode. I can't let him win again. I pray, and we probably will, that we get that run back. God, let me see that run back. I cannot wait to see the adjustments on both sides. Who takes it again, KB gets his revenge, or Gachikun comes up with new tactics to stop him from even letting that happen at all. Will be dominance? Oh man, I love the run backs, especially when it's somebody that's been so dominant. Can they continue that pace again, like to get, like to be like a demon for them? Like Gachikun can be like a demon for KB, or will it be just, you know, KB getting that revenge? I don't know, man. I just want to see it. I can't wait for the playoffs. It's gonna be so sick.
I always forget that there's a little bit more of like I want to say extra factors coming into playoffs. Like you have two teams facing off in round 1, and then the winner of that immediately has to play against the #1 seed. So there is a little bit of an endurance test that goes in for the first team. However, you could also say it might affect the person in the #1 seed, where they're kind of like too cold. They're like hanging out for a little bit too long and adjusting towards like what they see on the screen. They might have like preconceived notions as to like what has been already given to them from the previous matchup, or they haven't been like fully warmed up, right? Like or something like that, right? There are like a handful of different factors coming into like a playoff scenario in comparison to just like preparing all week long for just one opponent, right? You have two to really consider now going into playoffs. And also, the point structure is going to be different as well. It's going to be a race to 50 points, if I'm not mistaken, for the preliminary round between the two teams, the bottom two teams. And then when it comes to like the grand finals for whoever makes it off into like their specific division, I would imagine it's going to be 70 points. But like, I guess, take it with a grain of salt for now. We're going to get the format cleared up for you as soon as like it's playoff time. But that's what you could assume, I feel like, going into playoffs.
That's a good point about endurance. The fact that you have to play, if you're the bottom two teams, you're playing against each other, and then the winner goes up to play the next. So you might have to hold a player back a little bit. Maybe you have to not play them as much as you'd like to, even though if it's a race of 50 points, it doesn't seem like it's a lot. It still kind of is in terms of like the stress factor, the potential stress factor that could be coming through. Gachikun says, for Crazy Raccoon, though, Shuto is the key player. I've always thought Shuto and Kawanu are the best players if they have the time to practice for a specific person. Kawanu is on our team, but have to be careful with Shuto. And we've said that a lot. Like, if these two can hyper-focus, especially Kawanu, on a player, they are similar to the Batman style that Daigo is. For Nagoya, though, he said, I'm watching out for Mochi. He really did well this season. I'm sure he'll be ready for the playoffs. Good. I'm glad somebody else has that notice on Mochi, because that man is still cooking up. Maybe he needs a little bit more time in the 3 weeks will definitely help out. But man, is he different than what he was in the previous season. It felt like he's a real deal player right now, earning points and things like that. And the way he's playing Akuma and piloting the character is way more informed, way more confident, counter hit God. So we'll see how that operates and who they send up against him.
We are getting the final words coming in from each of the team captains. Dogura coming on in first. We're really sorry for the loss and having to confirm this late. Better late than never, still being able to secure that third place spot. They also say, or Dogura also says, we still have more to go, but I'm sure we'll get ready.
Like that energy. Better late than never. Pulling up Crazy Raccoon, the final team. When NTPOJA and Good Squad were already solidified, it's just a matter of where they were at. But that was still some great action all throughout the entire day. A lot of variation. But now we have our three teams all lined up. For the fans of all those players are super happy. And I can't wait to see when they pop over the streams how wild it's going to be, cheering them on. So get ready for the playoffs in 3 weeks. A lot of time.
I don't know what I'm going to do with myself, but I will say, in regards to like Street Fighter in general, there's going to be so much action either way. And also, we have one more week, Division F coming through November 25th. Mark your calendar. This is the final matchup coming through. Vera versus Detonation Focus Me. Fukushima Ibushigen versus Team Reject. Zeta Division Geekly versus Hiroshima Team Ixa. You do not and cannot afford to miss all this action in the final sequence. It's going to be who makes it within the top spot. I will say, in terms of the seeding, everybody's already established for Division F. It's guaranteed Reject, it's guaranteed Hiroshima Team Igiza, and it's guaranteed Zeta Division. But with Igiza smack dab right in the middle, 30-point differential between them and Reject, 40-point differential between themselves and Zeta Division, we could see possibly a shift going into who's the #1 seed and who actually gets the home field advantage on that first match of the playoffs.
I mean, the home field, choose your characters and your players, be able to acclimate better, not have to think about what's going to go up and maybe have a bad matchup. And start off strong, which is also a really important thing when we talk about the playoffs. When you have multiple games possibly coming through or multiple rounds coming through, you want to have a stronger start rather than not and have that steamroll going from there. But that, as you mentioned, Sapphire top 3, and the others can play spoiler to that or at least try to mess things up and go out with a bang. But man, I feel like even with this one not being as contentious as this Division F to Division S, excuse me, I still feel like we've had great action all the way through, and we'll have one final day of it. I can't believe I'm saying it. Regulation play is almost over. That is so sad, man. Damn.
It's wild. I feel like it still feels like every so often when I get ready for these things, I never really think about like how early into the season we had started and how far it brings us into just the year. Not even just fighting game season, but just into the year. November, the final matches coming up real soon for Division F, happening on November 25th, but you guys don't want to miss it. Yeah, so World Warrior number 4 is the weekend afterwards. My mistake. I thought it was going to be on the 23rd for some reason. But it is going to be on the 30th. That's going to be number 4. But outside of that, we have so many different regional finals happening this weekend. It's going to be crazy.
Bangers on bangers. Make sure you catch all that and catch EU this weekend too, and then US when it returns. There's so many leagues still going on. We still have to determine who's going to be making playoffs for all of those. So catch all that action as the weeks go on, and of course come back for the playoffs as you see right here, 13th, 14th of December. Then we make it over to Capcom Cup for the grand finals, but we have to have the grand finale before that happens. Of course, at the end of January, I do believe. You see it right here. Get the tickets. Sit out in the stands like some great fans and enjoy the electric pressure that Japan can offer. Y'all don't think they get loud? Oh, do they get loud? I could not hear my man Vicious when we were commentating for the majority of that finals on that Sunday. So come through, be a part of that action if you can, you know, reasonably within your expenses. But if you can do so, definitely do so. Take a week out, enjoy Japan, and come out for Capcom Cup and also Street Fighter League World Finals.
Yeah, that's going to be happening again March 11th through March 15th. It's almost a full week affair happening in the Ryogoku Kokugikan. You guys do not want to miss your opportunity for some crazy, and I will say once in a lifetime experiences watching Street Fighter 6 in that grand hall. But there's also an opportunity for you guys to get ready for the playoffs, right? Again, tickets are available if you guys are trying to watch it live and in full effect. That's going to be occurring on the 13th and the 14th, and then getting ready for the grand finals itself. That's going to be happening on the 31st, just to remind you what your calendar looks like for the months ahead. And also, if you guys can do it, I will say, being in Japan for Street Fighter 6, it is ridiculous.
There's no feeling like it. The reverence that it has, even with the player base, the people that are out there, they really love that game. It's really a part of the culture. You can definitely see it in everything. So definitely make a trip out there. It's very worth it. My first time in Japan was that. But EU, once again, is coming through. It's streaming the 22nd. That's tomorrow. So tomorrow, it'll be up and ready through the 29th. We'll be catching who makes out to those EU teams, and they are so stacked. Even last year was pretty good, but this year's going to be even better. Inclusion of different regions like Africa, things like that. New players coming through that have been making their waves throughout, like Salt Mine and the World Warriors. So you do not want to miss it. You do not want to miss this World Warrior coming up, as per mentioned, on the 30th for the 4th one. I think we'll start qualifying some people with some points, possibly, or maybe not, considering how contentious it is in terms of this World Warrior, because this is like the strongest scene. It's so hard, that top spot, but it means great action all the way through for the singles tournaments. So you have Street Fighter EU, US, World Warriors, and the finales coming up for a lot of regional finals. You cannot miss any of this. Make sure you keep your eyes on everything. People, it's been a fun time. Mia Vicious out here commentating. Cannot believe, again, that regulation play is over. I'm so sad to even say that, but man, have we had some of the best moments of Street Fighter 6 history. I'm gonna say it, history thus far out here in Japan.
Yeah, it's been a phenomenal time, and we couldn't do it without you guys being that active in the chat, coming through every single week to hang out, say what's up with us, and also give us your thoughts and ideas towards how you felt towards the matches, in regards to what you think is going to be happening in the season, and just also shooting the pretty much like every single CBT event, pretty much like talking shop, right? Being able to hang out with you guys has always been real fun. And hopefully we get to do it for like one more day at least, right? We still got to hang on to Division F. We got so much more to look forward to for that final matchup to close the books to get ready for playoffs. Again, it's been quite an honor to be called up again this season, also to call the action with the production team, with St. Cola, to be called up among the greats like Frida, Hameko, Haru-san, Yamato-san, everybody involved, Storm Kubo as well, Naruo joining the desk as well, and also everybody, and Aru-san, how could I forget Aru-san? So really glad to be a part of such an amazing season, and also an amazing scene overall. I think Japan still easily brings a lot of the hype.
Make sure to let Capcom know that you love watching this, the restreams, even if it's not the restream, wherever it may be, that you love watching Street Fighter League, whatever league it could be, EU, Japan, US, get loud with it. Let them know that you're interested in this stuff, because I definitely want to see this continue and get more emboldened. It brings so much out in terms of like a team-based scenario that other people maybe outside the scene can get more involved in. They're like, oh, I can root for a team instead of like a player. So like these kinds of things need to survive, and if they need to do so, I need you all to be out there in the streets telling them what's up, letting them know what's really good. Once again, Street Fighter League Japan has been nothing short of excellent. Hopefully this comes back next year, but for right now, it's time to say goodbye. Stay safe, and we will see you in the streets. Peace.
流します。こちらもぜひ楽しんでください。ということで皆様ディビジョン F 第10節でお会いしましょう。さようなら。
さようなら。
いよいよディビジョン S 最終節、まずはチームマッチ1最瞬間ソル熊本対名古屋 NTP 王者先鋒戦開幕です。
お願いします。
大谷もローディハブ組んでいたがここでのシミーです。ナイス。
ナイス。
マジで強い。危ねえ。
CA にはなったが空中ジャッケ。うわ、こういうの押す。
シータタン
打つのか。
ここで打ってきたネモ。
あー、しょうがない。
ナイス。ナイス。
繋がってない。
バーンとしながら切り返した KB ですが届いた。
中盤。
仕返しをしっかりと勝ってきた。
いやー、どうや。あー、なし。
強すぎる。
マジで
強すぎる。
強すぎるよ。
うわー、起き上がり追突逆拓。この体力は想定なんかの前には残らないでしょう。聖夜がうわー、起き上がり追突。
あー、いやー、ナイス。いやー、ナイストライです。
はい、ナイス。ナイス。
本日はマイでの参加ということで、ゆうききさんからお前はマイで行けって言われて。
いや、ちょっとやめてくださいよ、言うの。
いやいや、
藤原さんの前っすね。
そうですね。
両チームにとって非常に重要な一戦。
回収しましたね。
これバーンとさせられれば。お、空中。さあ、引っ張ったが、それからバーンと。シーンになったが。
もうごめん、ごめん、本当ごめん。いや、本当ごめん。
惜しい。
いや、SS 打ったんよ今。いや、
あら。
ミスった。
あ、ナイス。
ナイス。気流乗ってるぞこの。
この位置は。
コンボうまっ。ちょっと待って。うますぎる。
ガチ君。あの局面でも拾ってきた。
いやー、ごめんなさい。
いやいやいやいや。
初めて見たんだけどあれ。
おい、ナイス。
初めてやった。初めてやった今。
打ち返し。お、偉い。
さあ、これは
SH
の前残る。
うわー。次は。
結果として3つ目の投げ。
ナイス。強すぎるこいつ。ナイス。すごいね。すごいね。
すごいね。
すごい。
いや、この暴れ方はマジで良かった。
空振りしてたから何もしなければ歩いて。まあ
じゃないよ。
逆に自分と相手
キル取ったんですけどね。
いや、良かったけど、まあまあ、いや。
通常節最終戦です。
でかいぞ。走ってきた。
ここに来て法制切りのラッシュだ。
まあ
しゃあなし。まずは先鋒戦。
どんまい。
いや、ごめん。
おったコンボ出ある。
うわ
お前、ベンサ
また抜き外しちゃった。
ベンサナナイス。
よかった。
これは逃げ下回ってるぞ。
中からオーディ。おお。
さあ浮かせてそのまま逃げージ。小倉のエレン。
いや、しゃあないですね。まだ本当。仕方です。じゃあしよう。オッケー。
はい、ナイス。
おしゃーれ。優勝。抜けた。やったー。
ナイス。
よかったー。素晴らしい。決めました。
なんでもリーサル。なんでもリーサル。
崩れた。 道の長さを生かしてボンちゃんとサガットが
いやーごめんこれ
ありがとうございました。
いやありがとうございました
きたー。
これいったでしょ。
いったんじゃない？
ボンちゃんミュート
ボンちゃんも
タイガーパンキッシュ。はい、ナイス。
ボンちゃんも優勝です。
ナイス。
優勝来た優勝です。
優勝来た。
優勝
優勝来た。
優勝おめでとう。